to fix that real quick. Yeah, Euro just did a crazy ass move. Alrighty, everybody. You know the drill. Just like every other time, you've hit a 9 at the end of the day. The next couple days, you start shooting up into the next whole number, which is, of course, 650s. So you just did something that's, very normal, very common. That's the reason why yesterday we told everybody the market was going to gap up again potentially. However, now since we're at this high, this is where things get funny. And the first thing I think we should do here, I definitely want to play the calls 100%. But the first thing I'm thinking in the morning that we could do is simply play the puts. Going right back down to that 200 moving average. 648. Yeah, I'm thinking you can at least fall down like $1. You don't have to fill the whole gap, but you could fill at least half of it, if not a quarter of it. 651. Yeah, we'll check how much these options are in the morning. The goal is to use around 40 to 50. If you continue to fall here and you just fall down to the 200, we're just going to get the calls. But I want to see if we can fill this gap first. And after we fill the gap, I want to see if we can head up higher. How much does this cost? How did it drop from $30 to... I mean, you have been collapsing here the last couple days. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do right there. I want to trade some of these space companies as well. So let's get these charts ready. Again, you're making a new high, so of course you're gonna have to make a new box very soon here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just gonna allow this to start running up a little bit more. Again, we're looking at the puts first. We want to see if the market could just fall right back down to reversal point number 1, if not 1.5. From here to here, that's now going to be at least $2-3. So you could fall, you know, $2-3 here, which means if there's a contract for $50, which is what we're going to look into, you could potentially sell that $50 contract for $150 within the first couple minutes. Again, only one at a time, everybody. Just like yesterday, one at a time. Today we're gonna play a continuation of just all directions. So we're gonna keep playing back and forth. The goal is to not get caught. And in terms of getting caught, I'm referring to just the trend. Alrighty. So remember, if the market holds here, which is 649, 648, even 650, 651, if you just hold at 651, you're just going to continue to head up higher to 654, 655, and then you're going to start having some downside. So that's what I'm looking for right now. Tiny little downside in the morning right here, and then bigger upside towards middle of the day. On the 5-minute, where's the... 200 is by 648. Yeah, so you have the 649s. All right. We bought a 649 put right here. And again, the goal is just slight downside to reversal point number 1. Let's see if this market is going to have some downside at all. And then we're going to continue to play the direction going pretty much right back up till about maybe 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And then we'll start playing a little bit of downside right around the afternoon. So that's the goal, everybody. Wait, this is the wrong chat. Don't post that there. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Sorry, I was just trying to zone into the market right there. Okay, so on the SPY put, we're already up 13%. No, we're now down. See, this is going to be interesting. This is the first time we've ever done this. In terms of instantly play the downside like on the morning move. So I think we're going to do this perfectly. Again, the first time I've noticed this trend was in, I think it was September. September, if not, nah. You know what it was? It was in March of 2024. That's when you did that trend perfectly, exactly the way you just did it right there. Was in March 2024, if I'm correct. If not, it might have been April. We'll check it here in a second. We might have to sell out of this quickly if this thing just tanks. So that's what I'm looking for, is a quick sellout. And then in terms of the calls, again, we're going to buy a 653, 654 call. Once you fall down just a slight bit more, right? So let's see. Please remember, everybody, pay close attention to what we're doing. Do not go overboard. We had a couple people yesterday that ended up buying. I think they put around 1,000, if not a couple hundred, into the put side, and it was just a complete loss. So, again, whenever you're trading, whenever you see me buy one, just do the same thing. Whenever you see me buy two, you could do the same thing. Just be patient. Be very patient. FOMC is coming up, so to be an AVGO before this is gonna. Oh yeah, speaking of AVGO, let's actually go take a look at So for the euro, I have no idea what happened. That was a crazy trade. Again, we ended up making some good capital here, and then we went short, made some good capital there. I might go short again on the euro, but we're just going to wait a second here because this account is doing pretty well for now, so it's pretty good. Pretty good. Tesla, we could get some puts now. You hit 353. You could get some puts on Tesla. And today's Friday. Let me see something. Okay, we're going to get some Tesla puts here for $54. Just sent that into the chat, everybody. Again, if you don't have profit, do not touch another stock. Just stick with SPY. It's always the wisest move. And then for SPY, right now, we're just trying to play for a little bit of the gap fill. And then we're going to continue to play, of course, the bullishness going right back up, just like we did yesterday. Same story, right? Puts first, calls right back up. I just think the puts are going to take you down a little bit further. I don't think you're going to be extremely bullish, but you can be, right? Such as when you were down here at the low. I told everybody at 634, if you can't go lower than this last low over here, 633. We told everybody a couple days ago the market was going to run up to the high of 650. We then told everybody at 651 we're going to play some puts. 656 we're going to play some puts. And 659 we're going to play some puts. So I'll put it on this screen because I don't think I put it on this screen at all yet. So you have the first put play right there. Next puts are going to be right here. And then the last puts for the 650s are going to be right there. Other than that, we're not messing with nothing else, everybody. Let me see something. Five minute. Let's zoom in a little bit more. There you go. Okay. Perfect. So again, you're just holding right now. I'm gonna give this market an opportunity. If we look at the blue, the blue lines. Look how funny this is, everybody. So this is what we're looking for in terms of these lines. You're at the top of the blue. I want to simply see if you can hit the middle of the blue, if not the bottom of the blue, and then we're gonna go long again for you to run through the blue, through the blue, and then after you run through the blue, the goal is gonna be to run towards 656, which is the midpoint right there. Again, you're up 20% now on the SPY puts. We're gonna let Tesla do its thing over there in the corner. Say that again? Say that again, Elijah?
Oh, am I not muted?
I think you probably just unmuted yourself.
I didn't realize, sorry. I was talking to my boss.
Now you chilling, man.
PMI news at 10 a.m. by the way. I'm gonna mute myself.
You chilling, bro. Remember, everybody, as soon as you go 20%, you can put a stop loss. Let me check Intel real quick. Yeah, you're still stuck on Intel. It's been stuck at that level for quite some time now. So again, you still haven't did a single thing yet. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is stuck. we are going to add one thing right now, and that one thing is going to be reversal points. So let's go ahead and add that real quick. Again, everybody, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page with what we said in the morning. Very simply, we told everybody yesterday, as long as you can open up above 651, we can continue to play the upside to 654. The first thing we're going to do is test the downside for a quick little trade. After we test the downside and you fall towards the 200, you don't have to, hit it per se. You could just fall towards it. Once you fall towards it, we're going to then get a call for you to run up to that same high. So again, short term puts, mid-term to long term for today, simply calls. That's the game plan right now. Same thing like yesterday. So maybe midday today is where I'm thinking things are going to change. Because all you got to do is just quickly run up to 654. So let's just say if it wants to do it right now. Once you get above number 1 on the reversal points right there. Let me actually fix this real quick. $9.30. I think this is the opening price, right? 651.48, 651. Or is it this one down here? It's the bottom, okay. That's 651.08. And then you have 650.45. Okay. So again, you have 650.45. And then you have 651.08. Let's take a look at the Tesla chart real quick. I want to see one more thing. All right, perfect. Not yet, that's perfect. Staircase, staircase, staircase. So you're staircasing all the way up. You could consolidate here for a little bit towards the top, just like how you did last time. We're just looking for a slight little pullback right back to 342. And then after 342, I want to see if it's going to fall to 332 again. Remember, I see Tesla going lower. Just mainly due to the fact that you have a lot of prices down here where you can hit. You pretty much have been forming a wedge ever since June. So potentially we could see this fall right around this area here, 260s. And once we fall to the 260s, we can start going long for a year out, a couple months out. Just for this to run right back up into the 3-400s. It could do it right now. But again, we're just going to let it run above 350 if it wants to stay above 350. Last time we told you all to play calls going from 351 to 356. So you stopped at 355, which was $1 beneath it. So if you're going to play calls above the 354 line here, all you got to do is play calls now to 361. That's the new target. So in terms of Tesla for the insurance, it's 361. So again, we're just simply playing the top of the wedge. I want to see if it pulls right back to the quarter point. We can then go long again, potentially. Because think about it, you're staircasing, right? You hit the bottom, then you hit the top. Hit the bottom, then you hit the top. You hit the quarter point, then you hit the top. You hit the midpoint, then you hit the top. So all I want to see us do here is just simply pull right back. Hit this quarter point. It can happen next week maybe. But I'm thinking we might get it today. And then once you get that last staircase, we'll see if it's going to start staircasing into the 370s, 360s. And we'll go from there, right? Let's go take a look at SPY now. Once you hit 655, 656, that's when we're going to start getting the 5-day puts. So we're going to go a little bit more heavy on those. Try to see if we can get like a 5-10 day put. For Tesla, we're not going to average down yet. We're just going to let it rock. DJT, we still are going to hold these. This is for September, yeah. We might need to get a new DJT strike price. It's a little bit closer. We have all of our strike prices for 2027. So it's not terrible, but we'll just keep watching it. Because these DJT puts, is it puts or calls? These calls, there you go. So the calls for the $22 strike price, they're currently around $6, and my goal is to sell these for potentially around like 200, 300 each. It's just we got to wait for this thing to move. So it's either going to move September, November. Oh, it's going to move one of these months. I'll tell you that much. Just not sure which one exactly, right? And the reason why is because we don't really normally trade DJT. So the timing of it's just going to be, you know, a little, just slightly hard, you could say. It's going to be slightly harder than a normal SPY trade, but that's all good, everybody. Just like that, everybody, we're now getting that next trend. Let's see if this is going to complete the downside for us so we can hop into the long side. It's nicely holding right now. Let me check the calls right now. Let me see. Are they losing a lot of value? Let me check the calls. 654s. How much they cost? $30. That's not bad. They dropped to $26. How much were you at in the morning here? Go to the 1 minute. Okay. $33, $24. All right, we might buy those $20 634s. You're up 15% on the puts again, everybody. There you go, everybody. Put your stops just in case here. You're almost at number one here. In terms of the 5-minute EMAs, you crossed at around 8. I think that's when the news dropped. It normally always does this, so like around 8 o'clock, whenever that news drops, you get a cross or you get a completion of whatever trend it was kind of fighting with from like 4 a.m. till then. The market, of course, opened up. You're filling some of the gap. It's just doing it very, very, very slowly. So if we could sell this put for $120, because you might hold that number one. Let's be honest here. You might hold that number one. Those calls look really, really good. The 654 calls. I kind of want to have you guys get a 653, because if you guys get a 653, we could do the same thing as yesterday when those options went from $20 to 300 each. Because remember the option that we told everybody to buy in the morning, it went to 300 each. We didn't hold it to the end, but just that we know how the profit ranged, we can obviously tell that today is going to be at least half, if not a quarter of that. For example, that's like turning $26 into 70, or if not $26 into 150. So that's going to be the next idea, the next goal. Let's mimic what we did yesterday. Let's achieve the same type of a percentage in terms of, you know, 600, 700%. Because I think that's how much, was that how much it was? Somewhere around there, like 700. Actually, was it 1,000%? Yeah, that would have been 1,000%. So it was like 1,100 and something percent. Something like that. In terms of the calls that we gave you in the morning. So that's what I'm thinking right now, 653s. At the high so far, they were at 86. A couple seconds ago, they just fell to 46. And right now, you're at 64. And climbing. So you're already up on the calls right there. The 653s from the bottom. You're already up 50% within like 2 seconds right there. So it's clearly choosing the bullish side right now. We're still looking for this to fill some of the gap though. You don't have to fill the whole thing because we could just fill it in a couple days once you hit the 654s. With the 5-day play. So again, that's the goal with the 5-day play. is to hit 654, 656, somewhere in between. And that's pretty much all. You got 10 more minutes before some little bits and pieces come out here. Of news, right? Okay. Let's look at economic calendar. I just want to check not jobless claims, unemployment data. 4.2 non-farm payrolls. This is gonna be at what time? Yep, I was at 8:30, and then anything at 10. Yeah, there's nothing here that we need to pay attention to today. So yeah, there's nothing happening here. Everything already happened at 8:30 with unemployment. Which, by the way, everybody, if you want to start remembering this, is always the first week of every month. You always get unemployment data. The one thing I pay attention to, the only thing I pay attention to is, in fact, JOLTS, jobs openings, initial jobless claims, unemployment rate. Non-farm payrolls is important, but I don't really look at it too often. But yes, that is another important report. And then that's pretty much it. And then, of course, you have PPI and CPI. Nothing else really matters in our scenario here because of how we trade and what we look for. Those are the only things that really matter. So PPI, the way we're going to trade this, because it's going to be Wednesday next week, I could probably give you a little heads up now. The first thing I would tell you is we're going to have to be very careful with these puts. Very careful. Again, we're still holding the Tesla puts. Let's go back to the reversal points here. In terms of your weekly boxes, it's like somebody hit the pause button on SPY. And remember, everybody, the one thing you need to do every single day is acknowledge the ideas. I'm always giving people a bigger term idea, a mid-term idea, and then a small term idea. Just always acknowledge that they're all different. Just like yesterday's puts, it was all insurance. You weren't looking for profit. You were holding insurance just in case the market flipped and turned out the sky. So just like today with these puts, these could turn completely, worthless. That's the idea. We're just holding these puts because of a gap fill. And as long as we paid around $50, it was a decent price. So we will be able to get some decent profit. So it's more of a theoretical what if than that scenario. You're up 25% now on the puts, so there you go. That's what we wanted. 31% now. Again, you're up 31% on the SPY puts now. I was going to explain myself, but it's just going to move right now. So let's just give this a second. We might have to sell out of this here. You have reversal point number 1, everybody. You're at reversal point number 1. And since we're going so light on this option and we're only buying one, it gives us the ability to actually delicately play the upside. And of course, delicately continue to play the downside. You don't need to go heavier than that because it's not time for that yet, of course. When we hit the new multiple of 654, that's when it's going to be time. You said be careful with the puts. You jumped in for a quick small profit of $60. That's decent. You do that every single day. Boom. Look at that. 20 trading days in a month times 60. That's excellent profit per month. And before you even know it, if you got $60 today, tomorrow you're most likely going to make, 70, 75. The day after that, you're going to start making 90. The day after that, you're going to start making 120. So within 3 to 4 days of you making a certain dollar amount, depending on how you trade and how much of your account you use per day, you can easily make double the amount that you were making 3-4 days ago. So again, somebody making $600 could start making $1,200 within 3 days. That's the best part about this. All right, everybody, you're up 30. How much percent? 31? It's flipping a little too quickly. You're up 40% here. Everybody, make sure you put your stops. Nice and easy, everybody. You got to feather the gas. You got to feather the gas and turn the wheel. Come on, everybody. We're drifting into this. One man, one dream. Remember, the call that we're looking to buy is a 653. I'm trying to see if we can sneak our way in here. Get a really good price. We're also going to use the $1 million account here. So as soon as we hop into the calls, we're going to do it on the other account, which is the much smaller account, the $1 million account. And we want to see if we can start scaling this account just a slight bit more, right? That's the goal. See if we could take that to around 400, 600. You said you're down on the puts. Make sure you put your stop loss, Steve, because yesterday I saw that you put 1,000 into the puts, and we said to only put around 100 max. So just make sure you're not trying to, get rich quick. The universe is gonna kind of slap you from the back without you even realizing. I've seen it happen every single time. So just make sure you're doing things intentionally correct. Make sure you have these trading styles on your screen. Listen to every single syllable that comes out of my mouth, because every single thing I say is just important to the market. That's all. I'm not trying to act like this is a hierarchy. I'm not trying to act like I'm greater than everybody. This is not, narcissistic. This is not being overconfident. This is point blank knowledge. That's it. Took us a long time to get to this point, so make sure you pay attention to everything. Sometimes I talk my head off. I talk your head off. We all know this, but the idea is to generally, right? The idea is to generally become repetitive and consistent. That's it. There's only one intention here. The market's not random. It's not all over the place. News barely affects the market. It just speeds it up. It doesn't change the technicals. The technicals are always there, days ahead of time. That's why when news hits the wire, we're so quick to react back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because it doesn't really even matter. That's why when FOMC comes out in a couple days here, don't even stress it, everybody. I'm telling you, last time we had 8 trades, every single one of them was perfect on FOMC, so it doesn't really matter. Unless the U.S. is going to war, that's the only thing I can't really tell you in terms of what can happen to the market. Everything else, I think we pretty much planned it all perfectly. There's no other black swan event, to just my current knowledge. Maybe China and Taiwan, but I don't see that as a major black swan, because we already know about it. It's not like they're going to really even gain anything from that anymore, because the semiconductors was the main thing that China was after. They are after the land, of course, because Taiwan was a part of China. So they are after that for that reason. But in terms of just political or geopolitical ties, I don't think there's nothing too worrisome here on the horizon. I think we just had to worry about the tariff stuff. We got to worry about Powell. Make sure he doesn't open his mouth and say something he's not supposed to. And other than that, we have nothing else to worry about, like I said. If they cut rates, remember, the market's going to fall out the sky. The way I'm going to have you play it is 0-day puts, and then we're going to try to see if the market could potentially run up the next day. And then we'll try to see if we could do something that next day in terms of getting a cheaper put or something like that, right? You're up 50% now on the puts. I'm going to stop out here now. All right, I stopped out at 50% here. I'm now looking at the calls. Quick. SPY. Go. Go, everybody, go. Is that the area we wanted to be at? 653s. They're almost at the price we need them to be at. Come on. Drop $1 more. Come on. I'm trying to get a 653 for $28. Come on. Filled. We're filled. We got a 653. All right. The weight is off our chest now. Now this is where this gets fun. So if you just fall, I'm just letting you know, you just fall right back below 649 again, this market's going to fall out the sky completely. I don't think it's going to want to do that because of the news that we have coming up next week with FOMC and PPI and CPI. But you could get that short term, you know. Anything is possible short term. So the gap fill, of course, is the first target. And then the next target is to pop right back into that weekly box. So again, everybody, I sold for 50%. Of course, it's up a little bit more now, but all I was looking for was 150 or 150%. For the calls, we're not going to average down on them because this is pretty much the whole entire account inside the call into the 653. The goal for the 653, right, because there has to be a goal, is going to be, I want to sell the 653 for $200. It's at $24 right now. So anything short term, I don't really care about. Don't pay attention to it. This might not even fill the rest of the gap. It could. I'm thinking it's going to do in a couple days. So again, everybody, just please be careful here. Again, make sure you all sell out, please. There's no reason to take a loss. I want everybody across the board to be profitable. Alrighty. Remember, check the Discord. 653. I'm so happy with those prices. We got such good prices for those 653s. Like, really, I'm telling y'all, I'm really excited about this. I'm very happy about those calls. Let's see. Oh, I forgot about Tesla. Let's look at Tesla real quick. We're still waiting for it. All right. Hasn't really moved yet. All right. 653s, everybody. 653s. That's the target right now. If you held on 649, I'm telling y'all, and you're at 651 the next day, 652, and you pull down perfectly to 649, the first problem is when we play puts now at the top, I don't think we could play to 648 no more. Yes, to fill the gap. So if, let's just say you just flip here. You said way too busy to trade today. Let's do it, Louis. I'll see you in a little bit. So yes, you might come down here just to fill that gap right there in a couple days, which is what I'm thinking we're going to do with the 5-day. But I think we should do it differently. Because if we do it like that, we did it the same way, we're not really going to learn nothing. We obviously know it's going to work out. Just like how we knew the market could possibly gap up. Was it going to gap up? It was a mystery. It was an unknown. Did we say it was going to gap up? Yes. Why did we say it was going to gap up? Let me take you into my office, everybody. Come over here. Follow me. Over here in 2024, when I was first teaching, The one reason why I had everybody take a loss when I was first teaching was just because of this trade right here. I had everybody on my Discord at the time buy a put right here at 620, 629, or 619. And then the next day you literally just popped up to 623. Sorry, 523. So when that happened to us, we bought puts right here at 520. Literally at the end of the day, we bought them at the best time possible. Like right there. At the highest high. You know what we ended up doing? We ended up averaging down the next day. I had basically the whole entire Discord get out their options by... Where was it? Right here. So you see how it fell to 518? That's the reason why I always tell everybody, the second you hit a 3 or a 4, you're going to fall down to the 8. That's when I first noticed it. All the way in 2024. How do I still remember this? Don't ask me. But this was one of our greatest losses in the beginning. This was actually the first loss that I was teaching. This is the first loss that everybody had because of me, right here. And the lesson here was, I had somebody in the Discord buy in for the first time here. So he saw me buy here, and he said, you know what? I'm going to wait to buy the next day. So he bought the next day. He had them at the cheapest prices. He kept holding them. Market kept falling. Right around here, we started selling everything. Like right around Monday or if not Tuesday. He then went long because he saw that I was still holding my puts. I told everybody I'm going to continue to hold my puts because I think the market's going to potentially fall down to 513, if not 500, which was stupid. The reason why that was stupid was because look how much price action you have down here. So that was the worst thing that I could have said. In fact, the best thing to do would have been to play to the tops of right here. Just in case the market was continuing higher, the safest thing to do, again, is play for a double point of confirmation on the way going right back up. So what we ended up doing was on this day right here, it was kind of funny. This day right here, those contracts were $200 right here, 518. Right here, those contracts, because I kept holding them, they were at $20 and $18. You know what this individual on my Discord did? He bought 10 of them. You know how much the price was when you fell down to here? 521? 200 each. So he turned, I think it was like $200 into $2,000 right here. And that's when I started realizing, I was like, wait a second. The idea in terms of playing the put side was smart. You ran up dramatically. We're just looking for a slight pullback. Now, we were forcing it, and that's the problem. In terms of the idea, and I wouldn't even say forcing it, because think about it. My option expired right here. If my option expired right here, where was the sense in holding that option 3 days prior? Right? And it wasn't no teaching lessons. It wasn't trying to, me trying to, force a learning lesson or something like that. Truthfully, it was not. Truthfully, the market caught me blindsided and I didn't know what to do. That's exactly what happened here. We were just using short-term trading styles and we had no weekly trading styles at this point. And when I saw that, I was like, all right, that's an issue. This can never happen again. So maybe that's the reason why I remember this. But no, yeah, I mean, look at this right here. Did you fall down in the beginning of the day when you ran up to that 9? And that's the answer. It's no. So in terms of how I trade the markets today, we've managed to perfect our short-term entries so well. Again, everybody, so well that we could do stuff like today where we play the puts. Is it dangerous? Yes, it is dangerous. Are these options at $90 each from, just being at $40 and $30 each? And the answer is also yes. So the options went up 100 to 200% so far. For our strike price, which was the higher strike price, we bought it at like $50 flat. Those are only going to be around 60%, 80%. But yeah, if you bought it at the low, at the cheapest price, you're going to be up a ridiculous amount right now. Okay, everybody, so you see how we learned that? Are we all on the same page? Same page, same page? You're in a 652? Perfect. That's excellent. That's even closer. And yeah. Now think about it. Was I correct about the market falling out the sky this time? I was, right? So I'm sure you understand how mad I was that I was only playing 5-day puts here. That's why I told everybody from here on out, every single time we think we're at the top of a hill, we're going to play like a 30-day and then sell it within 2 weeks. Because, yeah, you ended up falling down perfectly. If we would have had a 30-day put everybody would have made, you know, hundreds. Actually, I don't think that too much people lost money. I think it was just me and maybe a few others. I don't think it was too many because I remember a lot of good stuff about this. Like I remember people first starting to buy into their trades when I averaged down. Like the people in the Discord actually created that one funny little thing because they started noticing every single time I averaged down, the market always at least goes to break even for my contracts. So if they get in the first time there, they're gonna be up 50%, 40%, like, you know, no problem. So on this hill, what I had everybody do here was I had everybody get a 2-week out contract. And we ended up buying the contracts up here. However, we did not understand if the market was going to keep running up. So I'm sure you guys pretty much guess. Actually, no, it wasn't there. It was right here. I told everybody to buy puts right here. That's what turned into a major loss. That right there. Because you literally just started soaring up into the new high. We bought puts right here again. So we made a mistake here. We made a mistake here. Down here, it was phenomenal. We were playing the calls from here, here, and here because of the trading styles that we were creating. They were helping us for the weekly. So at this point, because of this loss, we started creating the trading styles for the weekly. By here, we had another loss. So I figured that I should probably create another trading style that deals with, you know, new highs and stuff like that, like predicting the future. That was my idea. I didn't think it was going to happen or be for real. And we ended up creating a trading style right around here with the lines. Something similar to what I just drew right there. And then I started realizing, all right, let's use these to predict the future. Give me 1 second. All right, we're good. So yeah, after that, I told everybody, you fell at 631 and then you fell at 653. Over here, you fell at 624. And then over here, you fell at 625. Look over here. Over here, you fell at 550, right next to 551. Over here, look at how much you fell from. 653, 654, right around that area. That's why I created the idea of psychological numbers, was because I started noticing you keep crashing from the same whole numbers. Look at this, 573. So if you would have bought a put at 571 or 573, and you would have held it for you to fall down to the next 8, which is like $5 below it, it always happens every single time. Over here, 585. This was the craziest time we actually even predicted that. Right here, we ended up predicting. So where was it? I think it was right here. I had a $12 account, and I was trading Tesla and SPY at the same time. And what we did was we turned that $12 account, and by the time you went from about right here, I think it was the 8th we started it, from the 8th to the 14th, that account was up at $400. From the 14th to the next day, right here, the 15th, because I told everybody to buy puts. The same way I'm telling you guys to buy puts right now is what I told everybody last time. And look at this. You were 585 one day, 578 the next. I probably sold out like somewhere over here in the middle. I don't like to hold for the whole entire day because sometimes the thing likes to play me. Like, we know the directions. We know how to predict the market. That's not the hard part. What the hard part is predicting that short-term flow that keeps yanking and, you know, just pretty much running right by you. It's the hardest thing to capture. But the weekly is very easy to capture. That's for sure. So that's why we created the psychological numbers, everybody. I hope you can understand why we traded today the way we did. It's actually very, very, very nice that I could remember this because it gives you the same lesson that we learned. Like, look over here. Next to 601. Crash out the sky. Look over here. What number, everybody? 609. So that's the only time where you had something that was a little bit different. Was right here, 609. So it took you the whole year to do something different. And then over here, 601 you crash. Now you're crashing from 9s. Now you're crashing from 1s again. Over here is a 9 you crash. Over here you crash next to the 8. Up here you crash from the 3. So it's very consistent in terms of kind of like that monthly or weekly range. The call is now from 28. It's now at 13. Again, we're not looking at short-term flow. Markets are just going to kill value pretty much. So we're not going to really pay attention to that for now because momentum is still in the picture and we know our option is definitely in range. If you fall out the sky, that's all right. That's okay. The reason why I say that is because it's probably most likely just doing that because of the news. Meaning CPI, PPI, and FOMC is going to be the one thing that starts to really change directions on the bigger picture. So if today doesn't give us a clear direction, it just actually gives us a clearer direction for the weekly. If today actually, turns out to be very clear in terms of upside or in terms of downside, that's the one thing that's going to start getting a little wonky, because now it might do something we are not expecting, But yes, everybody, psychological numbers. So always very important. You've pretty much filled the gap. So the gap is filled now, which is nice. So yeah, in a couple of days, I'm probably not going to have you guys play to that 8. There's no reason now. We might play puts from like 656 and just play the puts down to 651. And again, in terms of averaging down, we're not averaging down, everybody. Just let the contracts rock for a second here. We don't have to touch a single thing. We could actually look at more calls. Let me buy more calls on my other account. Actually, let's do that the whole entire day. We got one call in the morning. The next call we're gonna buy is around 10:30. And then after that, let's see. 654 calls are only $7. 655s are $5. I kind of don't want to get something so far, but it could be worth it, honestly. Like a 655, just get it right now, just in case you do something crazy. And then middle of the day, like around 11 or 12, what we could do is we could pay attention to the flow of the contracts and see if we can start scooping up something really close. So again, we're kind of getting something far here. I might buy an extra one for a really cheap price. See if we could turn this $4 account that we started yesterday. Because again, every single day we're starting a $4 account. Since it's only taken us a day or two to pretty much 10x it, we're just going to keep starting new ones. And then all 40 accounts, once we have every single account at least at $100, the next goal is going to be going straight to 1,000. Because what's going to make $1 million challenge even better? What can make it have a better headline, or sound better, or feel better, or be more impressive? And in my books, it's doing it on 40 different accounts at the same time. Imagine that. Taking $4 to $1 million on 40 accounts at the same time. Very stressful, of course. Probably going to be the most stressful thing I've ever done, personally. But honestly, this is the only thing that I think we all should do together here, is continuously test ourselves. So let's do it. Let's see if we can get this contract here. Can I buy another one? 654. Let's get a 654 for $5. So again, everybody, we're buying a 654 call for $5. We'll see if we get filled here. So now we have a 653. We're buying a 654. What else can we do here that's not too aggressive? I think that's all. We could get a 5-day call play here now because you're on the top, but that's just stupid because of the prices. It's going to be a little too expensive. So yeah, let's just focus with the 0 days. All right, so let this go below. Yes. Yeah, they ended up going minus 90%, but I wasn't even bothering because that's just how Tesla is. The SPY put is now to $200. So again, the SPY put that we talked about in the morning, we said that it was going to go from 50 to 150. We didn't even talk about 200, so you're even beating my expectation right here for the SPY put. Again, you just went from $50 straight to $200 each. 220 each. There we go, Cody. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I got filled for the $5 contract. Yo, if you actually end up hitting this next multiple, you're at the top of the weekly box, everybody. Top of the weekly box. 647.24. You're at the top of it. So we're looking for a double point of confirmation now, which is going to take us right back up to 654. The only problem is it going to happen today or is it going to do it tomorrow? Because if it wants to, it could just kill value the whole entire day now and then just do the trend tomorrow, you know? That's the only thing we have to look out for. All right, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Tesla put his Tesla's falling out the sky, but again, we knew it. That's why we were fully confident. Full confidence, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that nice drop out the sky. Again, I want to see a staircase right here. So whatever the price is worth right here, we're gonna sell it. We could hold it for a little bit longer, just to be a little risky. Let's risk it for the biscuit, everybody. See, we could turn this $50 into like 200-300 here. Because if you fall to 642, these contracts are going to be at 150. If you fall lower than this for whatever reason, and you get to the 630s again, yeah, it's over. These contracts are going to be at 250 or 300 each for Tesla. I'm more comfortable with holding contracts for Tesla in terms of going like 500% or 1,000%. Truly, I've always been more comfortable doing it with Tesla. So, yeah, these contracts, I'm just letting you guys know, they could do something ridiculous. Because remember, I bought it for 50. It went down to, I think it was worth like $15 each, $10 each. And then right now you're back at 65. So now we're profitable again. So this is awesome. Awesome. Every play is working out so far. Besides cough, cough, SPY wanting to fill the whole gap today. But again, it's all probability. It could have either done that today or done it in a couple days. So yeah, it looks like we're on it right now in terms of the ideas. You're at reversal point number 5 here, everybody. So you fell straight down to number 5. Wow. So next time we do this, what's going to be different, everybody? Let's see what somebody has to say. I want to hear one of you try to come up with a plan as to how we're going to play this the next time we hit a new number. So like for instance, when we hit 661, how are we going to play this, everybody? Anybody on Discord want to say it? Again, the question is, looking at how we played today already, what changes could we put or make or have in the back of the background, right, in terms of the planning for when you hit 661? So what is the plan now when you hit 661? Just looking at today's data. So we chose puts, right? So that means the idea was correct. However, we sold the puts at the halfway point for the gap fill.
You mean if it runs back up and hits 651 again?
What I'm trying to say is, looking at how it ran up to 649 yesterday and how today it hit 651, just like how we knew it would, just like how we knew it can also drop down. In terms of when I sold my contract, in terms of what we were looking for, in order for us to gain the full profit next time, how are we going to play it? The put idea was correct. So we were correct about it. It's not like we were wrong. What I'm trying to say is, how can we do this differently so that we can, you know, have, like right now, you see how it's falling between number 5?
Right.
In another universe, I still have everybody holding these contracts for the puts. Or if not, one of these contracts. So, what do you think?
Given the data, if that's the case, then we would most likely get in the day before. Like a 3-day put. If anything, I would do a 3-day put.
3-day put.
Maybe extra contracts. I would say like 5 contracts.
There you go. That's what I was looking for right there. So, in terms of next time, the one thing we're going to do different is, did we have the right contracts for the downside? The answer is yes. We only had one because we were looking for 50 to 100%. So next time, all we got to do this different is just buy another one. We'll buy 2 of them now. So when you hit 661, as long as the previous day you hit a 9 and you gap up overnight at 661, so again, $10 above the current high of where we're at, we're going to buy 2 contracts, 2 puts, for you to fall down from 661 right back down to 658, because at that point you're going to be above 651. And then when you hit 658, 657, let's see if we can do what we're gonna do in a couple days, which is just buy a 5-day call. Like, I'm thinking because you're at the 7 right now, we could buy a 5-day call right now. Oh, my phone just died. Oh, never mind. Let me see. 5-day call. So the spot puts, they're at 300 each. So you basically did exactly what the gain was from yesterday. That's so funny. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. That's amazing. I'm buying another 654 contract on my other account. The only reason why I'm buying another 654 is because these contracts are not losing their value right now. I don't know if you guys noticed it. Yeah, these are all 0-day calls now. The reason why I'm not focusing on a 1-day or 2-day call is because for now, since we have so many new members, let's throw ourselves into the machine of learning, and let's see if we can actually have everybody learn something very important altogether here. Because again, if you're below 647, the market's going to crash out the sky. I'm thinking you're going to either hold around 647 and literally just flip the trend right back up to the top. However, if you do fall below this point, you do have every right to fall out the sky. And if you start falling out the sky, you're going to go straight down to 626.
Wait, you said 647?
You're currently at 647, 646. You're right below it now. The top of the weekly box is 647. So what we're doing right now is we're playing basically the calls around that top of the box, around that range. And we're looking for this market to dramatically pull right back up. If not, I just want to see us run up to the opening price. That's good enough for me. If we could run back to the opening price, these contracts are still going to have a ton of value because it looks like you're going to double the trend. So imagine you fell from 652.21. Currently the low right now is 646.48. So you fell around $6 so far. You did the whole entire trend you did yesterday. That whole entire trend you did all day yesterday is what you just did right there within the first hour of the market, ladies and gentlemen. So it's carrying the momentum of yesterday. You just got shown that pretty much. And if we got shown the momentum of yesterday within an hour, and we have another 5 hours here, there's a couple different ways this could play out. But right now, what my brain is thinking is we could just keep messing with these 0 days. I'm thinking we're going to get a really good percent on this. We could try to average down on the first contracts, this 653s. But we're not going to put too much money into the market. We're just here to pay attention to what happens. That way, when you run up into the 660s, we know how to play it. That's why this is very important. 646. I'll show you how to continue playing the downside. You're going to hit this. You're going to run up to number 5. When you run up to number 5, see if you get a little bit above it and start running to 4. Because if you do, I forgot what day it was. It was 3 weeks ago, I believe. You did something very similar to this. And then you started holding on 5, and it took you like 4 or 5 hours. Well, you kept bouncing between 6 and 4 and 5 and 3. You just kept hugging one side of the board. So that's basically kind of like the worst case scenario right now, you all could say. So worst case scenario is that whatever $20 we put into the market plus the $4 because we got 2 contracts for $4 each. So that's $8 plus 28. That is, how much dollars is that? $36. There we go. So we have $36 planted into the upside here for us to run back to the opening price, and then for us to run back to the next high. When you hit that next high, when we get a put, since you already finished the bottom row of the trend here, such as going to a new whole number then falling down to the previous 8, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna buy a put at 656, probably for just 651. Honestly, I might just have you guys get a contract super close when we actually do run up here. So let it run up. Don't worry about it. See if it's actually going to start breaking above number 5 and number 4. If you don't get above number 5, ladies and gentlemen, you do have full permission to get into a put, but just make sure it's cheap. Make sure it's cheap, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? If I saw that the move in the beginning of the day was very quick, how do you think tomorrow's going to play? Since we have this information. It's going to play even slower than this, of course, right? You're not going to do something as quick unless you're really falling out the sky. However, if you're below 647, you're going to fall out the sky. Right now, you're just simply below it by a couple cents. 60 cents when you're moving $6 within an hour, it's not that bad. It's pretty good so far. Doesn't look like it's crashing yet in my eyes. I know you look like... I know it fell out the sky, I know. We all can see that, right? But this does not look like it's crashing just yet. This might be just a dramatic V-shaped recovery. For a Friday, that would be amazing. If you want to play even safer than we're playing, everybody, you could buy a call for 648 now. Because now you're in range. So now you have a 648 call that you could buy. You have a 651, 650. We're also going to do this tomorrow. So if it doesn't work out today and we have to take a loss on this $32, $36, we're just going to basically try it again tomorrow. We'll flip the plan, change the plan just a slight little bit. And we'll see if we can, across the board, continue being profitable here. Remember, everybody, whenever you guys get a chance, just send in your trades into the trades category. We have a nice little section right here for you guys. It's 0 to 100% under the challenges section. So yeah, you guys can post here. Right? We don't really have much people posting here. So whenever you get a chance. Thank you. Let's see. Tesla. We're going to wait for you. Excellent, Monza. Up 600%. Absolutely phenomenal. There we go. We have some of you that held those puts right there. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at that. So that's not bad. 2 days in a row, we predicted the market with a correct option. 3 days ago, I think we had... Did we have a situation on Monday? No, Monday was really good. Tuesday was pretty much... Monday was closed. Was Tuesday good? I already forgot. See, this is a problem. Got a case of short-term memory loss here. Sorry, did somebody say something? I think I have somebody's mic really low. Could you say that again?
I said, I think Tuesday we just had to drop down and consolidate most of the day.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to break down some of those notes there. But yes, whenever you guys can, make sure you post in the notes category as well. For example, Cody, right here for notes, right? In terms of just upside and downside, you tend to be able to have just very simple levels. It's always the same levels. So you being able to predict this is definitely going to be something, you know, very possible, very much so, as long as you could do these notes. So Mikey doing this is, you know, very important to me because I know he's going to be able to progress every single day. Without a shadow of a doubt, ladies and gentlemen, without a shadow of a doubt, Mike is going to be progressing every single day. And we can count on it. Just because he stayed up to 6 a.m. last night. And I was watching him from like 3 a.m. And he stayed up the whole night until he fixed this. That's some dedication right there. And he has all the notes on his screen. Look at this. And he even has these notes right here. I would not have expected that, honestly. Because most people, they don't add this here. So, again, notes are very important. I want you to copy off of each other. I want you to steal each other's notes. That's fine. That's fine with me. I have no problem with that. And the reason why is because every single one of you, we're all learning from the same person. So, in theory, you looking at one person's idea is basically making it so that you have a very simple way of learning. You don't have to go through the process of losing. Instead, you could just follow. That's what I want you guys to do here. I trust every single one of you. I know you're going to be really trying whenever you write this stuff out. I know you're going to listen to your ideas. Just like, Louis said, in terms of a contract, what he could have done better. Now, of course, I'm going to have you guys write more points. So, like, I'll have you timestamp everything. For example, at 11 o'clock, news hit the wire. Something crazy happened. Silo said to do this, but I really wanted to do that, so I did that instead. 30 minutes later, I'm up 50%, Silo's down 60%. Turns out that was a really good short-term play. Write it down. This is not a matter of, you comparing or me comparing. I'm sure you understand I don't compare. There's nothing to compare. Until you get to a level where you can consistently profit every day, then we can start comparing some results, right? Make it a challenge for each other. That's fun, of course, but in terms of just a surface level approach, this is how you're going to be getting better. The only problem is, I'm sure you guys understand that I have, a couple people on my server, and if you look at the notes, even the people who are in my server who pay me $200 a month, they don't even want to have, the final push to just put their notes. Again, this is nothing on them, because nobody can say a word. That's just how it works here. Not because I don't allow them to say a word, but because they all know. Trust me, they all know. Every single one of them. I need you guys to do these notes. Every single name I see here has to be doing notes. That's the only reason why I'm going to keep you in this server. Just like I kicked out 90 people in January. Even though I was making $10,000 a month, and I dropped it to $1,000 a month, I kicked out everybody because I was making money, but nobody else was trying to. So, make sure you guys are, get into the chase. Make sure you guys are not self-sabotaging yourselves. Actually try, actually do your notes. If you don't know how to do it, text me and call me. You guys know I'm always here. Think about it. I was here till like 3 a.m. last night, 2 a.m. So, come on. We need everybody operating at this high level. We know you could. We know you all could. Come on now. So again, notes. If you need help with it, call me, text me. Let's get it done. Let's make sure everybody's working at the same type of, level of motivation. Was that too harsh? I hope it wasn't too harsh. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings here. Let me know if that was too harsh. In terms of the calls, remember, we're not going to buy nothing yet. We're just going to wait on the sidelines.
There's no feelings in trading.
There we go.
There's no crying in baseball.
I love that. I love that analogy of like coaching in terms of sports. That was a good one right there.
Yeah, you gotta see that movie. That's bad fun.
What movie is that?
A League of Their Own.
A League of Their Own. I don't think I watched that before. Let me see. Let me search it up.
Nah, it's old school. It's old school. Funny as hell though.
1992, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I know that actor.
Did you see that?
Oh, that's Tom Hanks, yeah.
Yeah. Yo, did you see that NVIDIA play?
Nvidia? Not yet. You got into Nvidia play?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's take a look at it right now. We're stalking Tesla as well. All right, everybody. Let me see. Thank you, Danny. That's insane profit. Oh my God, Danny. What the hell? $300 to $1,200? There we go. I'm happy you got that, Danny. Honestly, Danny, we need to make sure your charts are set. So tonight, whenever you get a chance, let's chop it up. It's crazy. You're literally making as much as I wanted you to make next month. You're making that right now. You just joined the Discord. That's absurd. But that's the power of these charts, you know? Again, it's not the power of me. I'm not an amazing person, right? I'm only an amazing person because of you guys. Just because, you know, I know how to trade, that doesn't mean it's something for me to take it and run with it. I would have not become this good if it wasn't for you guys. That's why it's just so integral to me that you guys are coming with me on the way up to the top. It must be that way. Or else I don't want nothing. I don't want the top. If you guys are not there with me, I don't want nothing having to do with none of that. So, you said, could Wednesday's closing price be the reversal point? It's exactly going to be the reversal point if you can hold these. You said Wednesday's low? Oh, no. So Wednesday's low, that's way too low. You see how the market is stuck right here for SPX? It needs to hold here. That's basically the idea that we're playing. It needs to give us a double point of confirmation. So again, you get above it, you go here, you hold on the line or around it, and then we start going higher to about here, where within the next couple of days, you'll fall down to around here, potentially, like that, and you'll start going up higher. If the market's doing this right here, I'm just letting you all know, this is pretty much just telling me that it wants to crash on the monthly. This thing does not want to remain bullish. So again, if you fall out the sky here, we're just going to let it happen. We're going to continue to play the downside below number 8. We'll get some really cheap contracts. We're going to write this plan up. Just because we all didn't get 1,000% doesn't mean nothing. It does not mean nothing. It simply means that next week and next time you run up towards a new high, you're going to be able to now get into that play. And you're going to hold that play. Why? Because, again, you only had one option. It was very cheap. So we got to highlight how we could do this better. We always got to highlight it. We always actually want to be wrong, in theory, honestly. If I'm really being honest with you guys, if we could be wrong like 100 days in a row, those next 100 days right after that, with what you learned, it's going to be impossible for you to be wrong. Because you're going to remember all the patterns. It's just you don't want to go through 100 losses straight. Because you're psychologically not going to be okay. I can promise you that. There's no person in this world that I've come across that is able to have that many losses in a row with no profit at all and has stuck around to really tell the tale. Everybody else pretty much has had, some type of profit. You're not going to have just one person just, consistently losing 100 times in a row is what I'm saying. Like, that's almost impossible. But in theory, that's actually what you want to do. I had some friends talk to me recently, and for some reason, when I was younger, I had a problem with trying to convince people. Maybe it was I didn't think I was enough. Maybe it was because I didn't have close, people my age. Not too sure what it was exactly. But I used to always try to convince people. And as I started growing up, I started realizing that convincing people is how people actually see and find that you don't know what you're talking about. Because they just feel like, you're just trying to do what they do. Because most people that don't, they don't know what they're talking about. But yet they act like it. Right? Without experience, without none of that, they act like it. So, in terms of me having that problem, right? And convincing people, the one thing I learned was there's no need to convince nobody but yourself. Right? And once I was convinced myself that I was, honestly able to make this repetitive, honestly able to teach, it was like a flip switched in terms of success, in terms of ideas, in terms of actually speaking to people. So now it's kind of more so a situation where it's like you had to just think different, Instead of me trying to convince people, I want to show people. So what was the conversation? Like, what am I trying to get to right now in terms of my friend, right? I was talking to him and I was just like, I almost found myself trying to convince him in terms of my idea or how I think about teaching. Now, in terms of me teaching, do you think anybody my age is going to be able to see the world how I see it? And the answer is no. Nobody is. No matter how close they are to me, no matter how knowledgeable they are, no matter what profession they're in, what I do here is very unique. Nobody's going to be able to give me some advice. So when I talked to him, I told him, I said, the one thing that I found when teaching people is You said everybody's still holding puts? Jada, so everybody's already out their puts. I already sold my puts probably like a whole hour ago at this point. I think 30 minutes ago, I think. Somewhere around there. And then we bought some calls now. So remember, we're in the calls. We already sold the puts. If you need to have a closer depiction as to what we're doing, one, we posted in the Discord, of course, all the time. And two, we also posted on Moomoo. So if you want, you can go on Moomoo and go into my group chat. And you could type in the information there or ask for help there. And I'm sure anybody else in the background is going to be able to help you, like Slug or Coach or anybody else there. So, yes. Jada, we sold it. We're gone. No more puts right now. The next thing you're trying to do here is look for a 5-day call, because if it's going to hold right around here, again, the market's just going to swing right back up. Right back to the same high, if not higher. In terms of playing the downside, we need to wait for this to hit number 8. Let it hit number 6 and number 5. And then we'll hop into a put. Once you hit number 8, run up to 5 and fall down lower. That's how a market does a $13, $14 day. It does it by falling through number 5. It hits number 8, hits number 5 again, and then falls down lower. And the reason why I know that is because it happened to me so many times. I'm not letting it happen again. So if today's going to be a giant day in terms of price action, don't even worry about it. You're good. We got this planned just like always, everybody. But yes, just like I was saying, I found myself trying to convince him of my approach to trading and my approach to becoming so knowledgeable at my age. And what I told him was, you had to force losses. That's what I told him. I said you had to force losses. You had to force situations to occur, because in doing so, in theory, a person learns the most from their mistakes. So if they can force a mistake, again, in theory, they should be able to learn much quicker than the everyday person. So that's what I did. In fact, that's not just what I did with you guys. That's what I did with myself. And the first thing I found is that, no, yeah, you guys learn way quicker that way. But when I talked to him about it, he said that, no, you don't have to force losses. You don't have to force that. The universe got you. The universe is going to do it for you. Sounds to me a little bit more so like he's in the passenger seat and he likes somebody else driving for him. And that's not how I am. So it's just like, we kept going back and forth. And it was like, what am I doing here? I don't need to convince you. I'm just merely here to explain to you how I went about trying to get to that next level, just so you can get to that next level. And I think he was thinking it was like a game of battling of, mindsets or something like that. I don't know. I'm not too sure. But yeah, stop convincing people, everybody. There's no need to convince a single soul. You tell them, you show them, you keep it moving. John, you said Tom Hanks. So yeah, Jada, whenever you get into a put, whenever you get into a call, the first thing you need to do is have an exit plan. If you don't even know when to sell it out in terms of your own goals, you're going to have a situation where you're consistently not going to be profitable. So every single time you buy a put or a call, make sure that you always sell out for a certain percentage. Today is not a normal day, so don't look at today and act like tomorrow is going to be the same. It's not. Today's a very, very fast day, which makes sense. You came from the top. So there's a couple different ways we're going to play this new high when we run up to the 660s. And we're just formalizing the best way that we're going to play it. Just so everybody's on the same page, this is all kind of like a test run here. While we're playing new highs and making some good money, we're understanding how we're going to play it the next time when you run up to a higher point. Now we know how to play it. We've done it before. By the way, Meech, your mic is on. So we've done it before. We already know how to play it. All we need to do now is just simply solve us being able to play the short-term trends. And you guys that just joined in the Discord, I kind of want to stress you guys out a little bit, just so you guys can learn a little quicker and catch up with everybody. In terms of Cody, Wad, Randy, and Danny, I want you guys to learn a little quick. So, again, I think this is the right way to do it. We're going to force some losses. Not today. The calls, they're a very real trade. We're actually waiting for them right now. But in terms of the next couple weeks here, make sure you guys withdraw, take out capital, and survive. I want to see you guys survive. So, you're at number 8 now. Let's see you run up to number 5. We're then going to get some puts at number 5 for you to fall down even lower. And then we'll go from there. Alrighty, so everything checks out. We're done with that. We went over everything we need to go over. The next thing I would like to do here with you guys is look at the weekly boxes. Completely forgot about Tesla as well, by the way. Let's see what Tesla's doing here. Am I on the 1 hour? I was like, why does it look like that? So look at Tesla, everybody. So what would you say that is? Would you say that's a smashing hit? Or would you say that's just us getting lucky? Those SPY puts, they went from $50 to $500. Again, this is not a normal day. Days like today are kind of like once in a... Not just once in a blue moon. It's kind of like once a month in terms of SPY. So for next month, we're going to try to see if we can catch the next $10 day, which is going to happen very soon because it looks like you're nearing the top point. Especially if you don't snap above and run up to a higher high. You're simply nearing the next potential crash out the sky. So remember, everybody, when the market fell out the sky in February, we had perfectly predicted it. The only problem was that nobody in my Discord had got into the trade. So out of all 90 people that were in the Discord at the time of me sending that note, not a single person bought the puts like I told them to buy them, and the market ended up falling over $100 out the sky. So make sure you guys, you know, buy these puts. That's all I'm saying. Please. Please. That thing made me go a little psycho because I was just like, I felt so helpless. I felt like I couldn't help you guys. Again, not the new members. Those of you who are already here from before. Like, I really felt helpless. And, you know, after putting all that work in for past year at that point, because that was in January of this year, February, I felt, you know, really disrespected. I guess I felt maybe a little too emotional in my own way. And yeah, let's just make sure that doesn't happen again. Let's just make sure that everybody gets these puts exactly when we post them, because they're all good ideas. That's the only reason why we're posting it. Tesla, we're still waiting here. I want to see if we could sell this for maybe $80, just a little bit higher. Nothing too grand. And then next week, we're going to try to see if we can get a bigger player on Tesla. Nvidia, you're just falling down to the low now. You said you sounded like you came into a stressful time. Yeah, I'm not too sure why people see it that way. Like, when I speak and when I'm blunt, people always, I don't know why, they always tell me, like, why are you being so angry and why are you being so aggressive? And I'm just sitting here, I'm just like, what are you talking about? You guys don't see me angry and aggressive. You guys, and again, I'm not trying to say that to try to act cool or something like that, but just point blank, straight up, you guys do not know what it's like to have me aggressive. So this is just me trying to be, helpful. It's me trying to look out for you. Just like how I wish people looked out for me when I needed the help. It's blunt, quick, fast response, easy to understand, simple. It's not stressful. Truly, it's not stressful. There is no emotions at all here. I was simply bringing up the fact that I had emotions in February when I had people not enter into that trade, and they would have all basically never needed to work a day in their life again. If everybody listened to me at that time and they got into the puts, not a single person would have needed to work their jobs. They would have been financially free at that point, because they would have made over 1,000, 2,000% with just 5K of capital. You know, that's straight to 50K in one trade. Just sold your puts for a little profit. Excellent, Jada. Excellent. Make sure you get into the calls as well. Only play 0 days, though. Today is very aggressive, so the first thing you're looking for is a run right back to 647. If we get above that, we're going straight to the tippity top, everybody. You better hold on to your seats. Make sure your hands and vehicle are inside. Make sure your hands and vehicle. Make sure your hands and feet are inside the vehicle at all times. That was good. All right, so again, we went over what we did in February, why it made me have a little emotional breakdown, right? What we're going to do different in terms of the future here, as well as how we're going to trade better. In order to be a great leader, you got to point blank directly and, without any extra words, that's why I'm trying to be simple here. You got to just directly tell people what the mistake was. If you could show people what the mistake was and how we can get better, that's what it's like to lead. If I can't do that, then I can't lead. So me highlighting the inconsistencies that I see in terms of notes, in terms of trades, in terms of posting stuff, in terms of self-sabotaging, that's stuff we all do to ourselves. Am I emotional? No. When I talked to Frost last night, and I didn't talk to, and again, Frost, I'm not trying to bring your name up right now to put you on the spot. That's not what I'm trying to do. But what I want to do is be honest with everybody. When I talked to you last night, and I haven't had a single one-on-one with you for like 6 months. And I have new people coming in, and within a matter of a week or two, they're already passing you in terms of experience. It makes me feel bad. It really does make me feel bad. So the simple fact that I was able to talk to him last night, I felt really good about that. That really made my night. And yeah, that's all I care about is leveling up you guys. I'd much rather see you guys hit 1 million and 10 million and 5 million rather than see myself make the money. There's no reason for one to be able to see the profit they can make with this market and not try to push others to make it themselves. That's all I want. That's what makes me happy, is seeing you guys make it. So just so you guys understand, there's no emotions. One more time, please recognize that, right? There's no emotions. It's just me being blunt. If I sound aggressive, I apologize. I really do. But too bad. That's just how it's going to be around here. That's how it has to be. If I'm not like this, eventually something is going to start breaking and we're not going to be able to teach no more. We're not going to be able to establish this new type of generational traders, And that's the only thing I care about right now. Alrighty, so we talked about that. We got philosophical. We got a little deep. The next thing we want to do here is keep tracking this market. I'm thinking about some video calls right now. Like overnight. What do you guys think about that? A 654, so we bought that for $5. How much is the 653 call that we bought? $6. All right, that's fine. Still a lot of momentum in the market today. Let's see, the next thing we want to do here. We bought the calls. What else can we do here? You know what we could do? I got an idea. I have an idea. Let me bring up Weeble. So again, everybody, we already posted the strike prices inside of the Moomoo account. If you guys need to follow the trades, make sure you always go to the Moomoo app. If you don't know what Moomoo is because you don't have Moomoo, just go to the top of my YouTube and you're going to go and basically, let me show you real quick. Let me just show you. So again, if you guys need to track down my trades instead of asking in the chat consistently all the time, because we already explained it hundreds of times, all you need to do, and again, I'm not trying to say it like that to make it sound like, oh, you're not good enough for me to explain it to you. That's not what I'm saying here. But what I'm trying to say is, for future reference, just so you don't miss anything, make sure you join this link right here. It says free trades I share on Moomoo in bold text. And we posted all of our trades today there. So make sure you guys go there. Again, for future reference, just so you could be on the same page as everybody. Just so you don't have to ask those surface level questions. Steve, I'd much rather you ask me, how do I know that the market's going to hit a certain level? Again, we all had to ask questions. They're going to cause you to learn more. That's the best way to actually go forward here. Same thing I do with my students is the same thing I want you to do as well. Again, we're still waiting for this to run up from number 8 to number 5. Once you hit number 5, we're going to start getting into some downside. If you just hold on number 8, just like you did 2 weeks ago, we're just going to see you viciously run right back up. So at least the halfway point. And the halfway point is going to be 649, 648 right now as we speak. Okay, Jada, you said, please explain again why 0 DTE is a benefit aside from it being cheaper. I feel safer getting at least 1 day out. Well, 1 day out, there's no port for 1 day out because you need to understand the momentum and the way momentum works. A 1 day out contract you're better off just getting a 0 day because it costs cheaper and you're going to have a, you know, greater potential opportunity of it multiplying at a faster speed. So if I buy something for 50 and it's already at $400, that's like me taking 10,000 into 100K within one trade. So again, the trade that I gave you guys this morning in terms of how we fell, which we timed this last time. We didn't play the puts going into the box this time because we already did this before. So now we're playing for a new high. That's why I'm so convinced that the market's going to go up higher today, is because of the actual momentum, the actual flow of today explains everything. It tells you what's going to happen next. Now, in terms of the 0 day, why is the 0 day important, Jada? It's because, again, you could buy something for 50 and sell it for 400. You're not going to be able to buy a 1 day contract for 50 and sell it for 400 at the same speed, that is. You most certainly could find one that will go up that, you know, percentage, that amount, but it's going to happen at a much quicker speed. It's going to happen for much less of a drop if you go with the 0 days because of just the way the momentum works. So a 1 day contract, let's say if I'm up 1,000% for my 0 day contract, Jada, if you have a 1 day contract, you're only going to be up 500%. So I'm going to be up twice as much as you, and I just did the same amount of work you did, same trading plan, same everything. So it just allows you to actually spend less money and make more money. That's pretty much it. That's the idea. You're not here to buy a bunch of contracts. You're actually delicately using these 0 days to buy in at a cheaper price, just like how we bought in the morning. I told everybody we're going to play puts 0 days and not 1 days, not 5 days, just due to the fact that if you fall here, this 0 day contract is going to be, you know, more profitable than any 1 day, 5 day, 10 day contract because it's 0 day. So let me know if that makes sense. Same reason as to why we bought into the calls with a 0 day as well. Same exact idea. So what I suggest, Jada, is to stop getting a 1 day contract and to please either get a 0 day or a 10 day contract. Nothing in between. Again, 0 day or 10 day contract because you're just wasting your time basically. And I wouldn't want you to do that to yourself, you know. You did get good profit from the put in the morning, but since it was a 1 day, you definitely got less profit than everybody else. So that is something to just consider, you know. Yeah, and if you have a 1 day, you never hold it overnight. I only tell you guys to do that sometimes, honestly. And it's very rare. I don't oftentimes say that to you guys. Let me check something real quick. I want to see how many people are inside the Discord now. I noticed like a really odd pattern in terms of when I speak about certain things. A lot of people from the Discord don't really like it and they'll start leaving when I bring up important topics or like deep topics. So I'm just wondering why that's the case. I'm wondering if it's my tone or if I'm coming off too aggressive. Culinary clearly said there's no need for emotions here, so I don't get that. I don't understand that.
It's that New York in you, dog. That's all it is. They don't know about it.
Are people really like that? I'm being serious. Like, you bring up something touchy to them and they just feel pressed?
Nah, it's like, you know what it is? Everybody knows that. Everybody says that. It is what it is. Because that's exactly how we feel. It is what it is. So, there's a lot of people that just don't understand that type of tone. So when you bring it to them, it's probably their first time hearing it and understanding it in real time. So that's pretty much all it is. Like, it's just an adjustment. Once people understand like where you're really coming from, it's not aggression. You got to understand it's different.
Completely.
Everybody knows that we love this shit. So it's like, yo, there's only one way to talk about it. There's no other way to talk about it. Either we're going to talk about it passionate or we're not having a conversation. In the story.
Pretty much, yeah, honestly. And again, I'm not a threatening person. If you guys see me in person, you guys would probably be like, nah, yeah, what's good with him talking like that? I'm not threatening. I'm not threatening at all. I have no problem saying that. But again, I'm here just to help, just like Culinary said. So I don't know. It's like I just don't understand it. Because you would think that it sounds like it's coming from the heart, or it's just being more direct and more blunt. It just feels more honest with people when you're like that. And I'm not trying to, oh my God, are you okay? Oh my God, is this? Don't worry about that. You'll do better next time. Like, I'm not gonna sound like that.
You know what it feels like? You know what it feels like though? Like, you gotta understand something. Today's thought process is that, hey, you know what? You got second place. You get a participation trophy. Nah, fuck that. You lost. You're either first place or you're not.
Yep.
And you gotta be aggressive because you know what? At the end of the day, this is your money, people. Period. This is your money. If you had to go to work and knock out 8 hours, 10 hours, whatever you had to do, and then you put it in the market, and you're not passionate about making more money, making your money work for you, get the fuck out of the market. Get out of here. Because the whole purpose of this whole thing is so you don't have to put in those 8 hours. Like, the simple fact that everybody made money in less than a half hour is fucking crazy and it's beautiful. And that's where your focus should be. Not on what he's saying, well, on what he's saying, but not how he's speaking. You should be understanding how passionate, and you should be as passionate. And if anything, getting offended, I'm sorry to say, if I offend you when I say this, I don't care. But getting offended is fucking stupid when you're dealing with money. You're dealing with your money. This is your retirement plan. This is your life right now. Either you want to stay in the rat race or you don't. It's just like that. You look on Instagram, you look on Facebook, you look on all of these damn things. You see everybody living their best life, which is mostly a lie, but you get the picture. Like, everybody got fast cars and all this other stuff. Everybody has a dream. Everybody wants to accomplish a dream. Yo, this is how you do it. Unless you want to sit behind the desk or go to I'm going to my job right now as we speak. But guess the difference is, I'm going in with a big ass smile on my face because I just made mad dough and I don't really have to be here. And that's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's passion. That's all it is. That's what keeps you up late at night.
Yeah.
That's what keeps you charting. That's what keeps you going. That's what makes you turn off the thing and be like, you know what, not right now. And then 5 minutes later, you can't sleep because you got a pattern in your head that you want to get out. That's all that is. That's all it is. And it's a beautiful thing. And if you're not feeling it, you better, because it's your money.
Hey, Sabo, I just sent you a message.
No, I definitely agree, Jada. Nobody definitely wants to be abused while learning, but Culinary, would you say this is abuse in terms of speaking real to people and not trying to,
Nah, it's not abuse. You gotta, that's what I'm saying, with the emotional part.
Yeah.
Listen,
I don't know.
it's not abuse. Y'all, take your feelings out of it. If anything, it's a lesson. You gotta understand something. If he's it's like when you grow up and your parents are talking to you. Like when I grew up, okay, we went to Thanksgiving, and for me, because I didn't know, like, I wasn't a jokey type of person. I was always quiet or whatever. But my cousins would light me up with jokes. Oh, look at his shoes, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, it makes you tougher, because when you get out into the real world, when you're dealing with these market makers, they don't care. They want your money. They don't give a shit how you feel about it, whether you're crying behind a computer or whatever the case may be. They don't care. So for the simple fact that somebody's toughening you up so you can understand what you're going against, it's like sparring in the ring before a boxing match. Like, this is training. Get out of your feelings. This is training. This is what you need. Because if you think he's talking to you harshly, the market's going to talk to you real disrespectful. Give me that shit. Fuck you. That's it. Give me story. And then you
No,
got to
but
put more money in that you just worked your ass off, and you got to start all over.
correct. So in terms of this being abuse, Jada, it's no, it's not even close. In terms of cursing, cursing is only, just due to the fact that, you know what I mean? It's just in the heat of the moment. It makes it sound more impactful. Makes it sound more important. This is not just a regular conversation here, Jada. Same thing with everybody else who's hearing this in the background. Many of you come from different walks of life. Like, for instance, Jada, you're in Australia. The way you live your life over there and the way, your environment is catered to you and built, around you is not going to be the same environment that's built, other places around the world. And I'm sure you know that. I'm not trying to give you a lesson to learn. I'm sure you're older than me. Remember, I'm only 24, 25 years. I'm about to turn 25 in a couple days, but it's not aggression or abuse. So I wouldn't really say that what you said is really, it doesn't have really any meaning, is what I'm trying to say, Jada. Because there's nobody being aggressive here. There's nobody being abusive. Yeah. This is just me showing you how important you guys are. This is all for you guys. It's not to make you guys feel like you're less than or make you feel like you don't know what you're doing. Jada, that's the reason why I had a conversation with you last night. That's why I would have thought that you would have been on the same page, because you need to be able to give people information, tell it bluntly. Do I curse all the time? No. But sometimes, it slips. That's just because of how I grew up, where I grew up, how people talk to me and how I talk to people. Now, in terms of it being something that should cause you emotions or should make you feel some type of way, it's probably for another reason, honestly. Because there's nothing, that's too off about this. That's why I'm saying, like, I come across certain individuals on YouTube, like, very often. And a lot of people, it's like they're on two different sides of the aisle at the same time. One person tells me that the information that I give is, very, perfect. It's always helping them out. It's blunt. It's simple. Even if there's a little couple, words that I shed of cursing or me explaining my experiences, a person explaining their experiences is not a bad thing. You guys should be open to hearing what I have to say and what my moderators have to say, what the family has to say. You guys have to be open to that, because if you're not, this is not going to be a good environment for you to learn in, point blank. I wouldn't even want you to join the Discord, because, again, nobody is coming after you. We have such a feeling of unison here, such a feeling of community. There's a reason why other Discords, when you go into other Discords and you post your trades, everybody's saying, oh, good for you. There's a reason why everybody always feels like they're, an enemy to you. There's somebody against you. But in this Discord, the first thing you'll find is that there's no enemies here. Because people don't have time for that here. A lot of these individuals, they want to, help themselves financially. They want to make themselves free. And that's the purpose of this. So I would say just to kind of acknowledge the tone that we have, acknowledge where I'm coming from, and have a level of fairness in which you can see the reason as to why a person could explain their perspective in a way where it might make you feel a certain way. Because I hear where you're coming from, Jada. I really do. As well as others that are in the background that are not saying a word, that are just hearing. I understand where you guys are coming from when you say that, all right, maybe this is not normal to me, so I feel like it's them being abusive or emotional, but that's never the case. There's nothing to abuse. There's nothing to be emotionally, disruptive with. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job here. So with how Culinary explained that, truly, from the bottom of my heart, everybody, I stand on the same page as him. Same page. That's why I asked him to help me to explain it. Because, honestly, I don't really understand why people get that way. I don't know. But I've consistently seen it, throughout the months and the years. I've had some students tell me, hey, Silo, the way you're teaching, you got to be humble, man. You got to be as humble as you were when you first started. And I'm confused and questioning their words because they don't even see what I'm doing behind the scenes when I stay up 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. for you guys. And I'm fixing up these charts, just like Culinary said, is so that you don't have to do it yourself. I'm literally wasting my life to make sure that other people level up. That's bluntly exactly what I'm doing here. Now, am I doing it to be a stoic person and to try to act like something else? No. It's because, like I said, I want to help you guys. So I hope you understand. No, but Jada, you had to understand that the way Culinary was expressing his words and what he was saying, I'm not too sure if you missed out some of the words or if sometimes the Discord audio cuts out from YouTube. So, like, if you're watching on YouTube, you might not be able to hear everything he's saying. But yeah, I hope you heard everything he said because it was some good information in there. This is not something to be against. This is something for you to understand my perspective of. Whether you understand it or not, whether you want to understand it, that's a whole different, topic in itself. But point blank, if there's something I have to say, if there's something somebody else has to say here, we're going to say it. Regardless of the repercussions. Because we know the life that we've lived, we know where we're coming from, and we know what we're trying to mean to you. I want to create a village. I want to create an environment where it's a community that always wants to help each other. And in order to do that, we got to change the way society kind of, understands this group, because this is not the way society is too soft. The way society is, it explains stuff, right? Especially the new age of men. It explains itself. Society is getting way too soft. And if it's going to continue to get soft, what's going to happen. And that is eventually bigger things are going to change, more health problems, more health crises. And if we're not trying to help each other throughout all of this stuff that's occurring in the background, eventually the whole entire world is going to swallow each and every one of us up. And that's the thing I do not want to happen, especially for the future generations, especially with how things are progressing now politically or, civilly, in terms of just the way people act with one another. People don't treat each other right. My family doesn't even treat me right. I know many families that don't treat their kids and their families right. Everybody goes through stuff. Everybody lives through problems. Everybody deals with people being unfair to them. It's all just a matter of you having that community next to you that allows you to see through that and not get emotional about it. And always have the ability to have a tree that you can hug, for example. Everybody needs a stone they can levitate towards. A stone that's not movable. A stone that doesn't crack, that doesn't tumble. A stone that's always a stone. And that's how I see stuff. So I apologize to everybody else in the background if it sounded way too aggressive here. That's not what we're trying to make it sound like. We're trying to be real. And the only way for us to be real is to say it bluntly. With a few words of cursing, of course, but that's fine. That's fine. That happens. So you're thinking about averaging down here. Reversal point number 5 will bring us into profit if we average now. There we go. Yeah, so what we're going to do is just wait for number 5. And then once we hit number 5, we're going to get some puts here. That's the first game plan. In terms of averaging down, the only time you would average down is at number 5, number 8, and then number 12.
Okay, yeah. So I averaged at 8.
Perfect. That's excellent, actually. It's basically number 5, 8, and 12 are... They kind of always work in unison with one another. That's why I have them as white. And normally throughout the day, you're only touching the orange ones or the yellow ones. But today, of course, is very aggressive. You're doing double the normal daily trend. So that's why I want to see how this is going to, turn out here. Because if this thing starts swinging up to the high, this now has enough momentum to take us into the 560s today. Just because of how low you just dropped. So how's everybody? Are we all on the same page? Jada, do you understand where we're coming from? Again, I don't want you to seem like, you're an enemy, Jada. I absolutely loved the conversation we had last night. We were talking for, I think, like 30 minutes or an hour. I absolutely love to be able to teach you and show you the way. But you got to understand our perspective, where we're coming from. If you don't like it, I want you to say that you don't like it. Just like how you did today, I want you to highlight it. I don't want you to be a follower. I don't want you to be a sheep. I want you to always go against the grain. So I respect you even more because of you saying that. Just so you can understand. But I want you to learn why we're talking about stuff like this, because just because I'm trying to, highlight something, I want you to be able to understand it. Because if I'm not able to make you understand it, I can't be your leader. I can't be somebody who's going to take you to the greatness. If I can show you why we're saying this stuff and why I feel this way, who knows? Maybe in our next conversation, you can shed some light about some experiences you had, and you may be able to convince me of, you know, a certain different alternative way to speak and to present myself, and I would have no problem with that. I would thank you for that. But yes, we're not enemies. This is merely us trying to get closer with one another. This is not an argument. This is not us trying to be like, you know what, screw you, get out my chat. No. We would never do that. This is us just simply, again, trying to teach each other so that we're all on the same page. So I hope you understand that. Absolutely love and respect you, Jada. Absolutely. Same thing with everybody else in the background. You already know I love you and respect you. And I have no problem with saying that. Does that make me seem weird? Seem different? Nah, because there's nothing weird about it. You love the people you're around because they make you great. And I want to make you guys great. So if you guys make me great, and you guys already have made me great and made me as capable as I am today, at my age, I owe my whole entire world to you guys. That's why when I say stuff like, you know, I'm here nonstop, always trying to help you guys, it's to make sure you guys understand you're not going to have another person in your vicinity, or at least maybe you're not going to have a person in your life that's going to do what I do. I want to be different. I'm always going against the grain. And that includes helping every single person that needs help. So, yeah. Again, understand where I'm coming from. Understand where everybody else in the Discord's coming from. And if you got something to say in terms of the subject that we're talking about, yeah, just message me. Let me know. We can go back and forth in terms of the DM, in terms of the Discord private messages, and we'll reach a conclusion that's right in the middle. That's the only proper way to go about having relationships with people, in terms of friends, in terms of leadership, in terms of even, you know, you having just a regular relationship with another, you know, person who's of the opposite sex, right? It's the same thing. It's all the same thing. It's all very important. We all got to talk about it. What again, Jada? He wasn't being disrespectful. There was no disrespectfulness there. That's why he said respectfully. I think it's just a thing we do over here, Culinary. Even if you say the word respectfulness, respectfully, I think people just still, yeah, you know. But again, Jada, he was being respectful. Straight up, he was being respectful. There's no need for him to even say a word right now.
I told you it's that New York. It's New York in us.
No, yeah, he was being respectful. I swear on everything I love, he was being respectful. He wasn't saying nothing. He wasn't trying to. I think you said chastised. It's not.
Chastise? Can he hear me?
I think she could hear you, but I don't know if she could hear all the words that you're talking about. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to make this a situation. I don't want things to get out of hand. I talked to her last night. She sounded like an absolutely phenomenal human being. You are an absolutely phenomenal human being. Therefore, I simply think it's just a case of a simple misunderstanding. So I'm not letting this get out of hand. We're going to leave it at that. He wasn't being disrespectful, Jada. I'm sorry if it sounded like that. We could talk about it later if you would like to, but let's just move on here. I love every single one of you. Again, I apologize if stuff sounded too blunt. If stuff sounded maybe a little emotional, I apologize. We'll move on. I'm happy we at least got to talk about it because it's a very important topic, you know. Very important. Very, very, very important for the future of this, you know, this group and this community. It's us doing stuff like that. Because you're not going to see that in most Discords. They're too scared to say that. They're too scared to feel what people are going to say and how people are going to go against them and whatnot and all that stuff. You said the curve is looking good? Let's go, Cody. You think about averaging down here? And yes. And thank you. Your business doesn't bother me. His rant did. Again, just try to replay the video on YouTube. If anything, we'll talk about it later, just so you can understand everything he said. I want you to understand him for what he said, because I understood it. And yes, that is all, everybody. Let's look at Tesla here. We're waiting for SPY to bounce up. For Tesla, on the other hand, NVIDIA's bouncing right now. Yeah, Tesla, I'm looking for this to go down a little bit lower. It didn't even hit that staircase. The idea was correct. The idea was good. But for Tesla, it was just like, yeah. We bought it right here, basically. This is when we bought the puts for Tesla. Right here. So we bought it right there, and we're looking for Tesla to first hit this line here, and then potentially somewhere a little bit beneath it. That's the main goal for Tesla right now. So we'll patiently wait. We'll see if this can happen by the end of the day. Do you guys have any stocks you would like me to look at now in terms of just random plays? List all the names inside of the YouTube comments or on the Discord if you're part of the Discord. And let's start to break down these other companies, because again, when you make this profit the next couple of days, you're going to have to start investing it into long-term plays so that we can start doubling and tripling our capital while we're also trading the short-term 0-day plays and 10-day plays. You need to be able to buy monthly plays. Thank you, Wad. I'll take a look at that right now. And then Cody, you said this baby touches 647. Your calls break even, and you made a bunch off of that one downside. There we go. I can't wait to see exactly how much you made. Of course, inside of the 100% section in the Discord. I think you had mentioned you were going to post other trades yesterday, so whenever you get a chance to do that as well, Cody, that'd be absolutely phenomenal. As well as everybody else, because remember, I want to document your success. I have a whole separate Discord where I document every single person I speak to, every single person I teach, and I can actually show you guys real quick. Let me show you. Look at this. So this is the other Discord that we have. And then excellent, Cody. Some good analysis right there in terms of what you just sent me in terms of the message. Let's see. Let me see. Let's go here. Where did I put the server? I don't even know where I put it. Right here. There you go. Silo trades notes. Yes. So right here. I do have to make a whole new category for those of you who are, brand new. But, I mean, just look at how many individuals we have here. This is report on all members. And I haven't updated this since January. So there's about another 50 students that I'm going to have to add to this. And then I have all, of course, all the one-on-ones. I track every single one-on-one. So whenever I have a one-on-one with you, it's all recorded. For the first beginning sections, is usually not recorded because I want us to kind of know each other and get to know each other. I don't want any of your personal information, of course, being recorded. So everything after the first or second meeting will be recorded with everybody. And it's always going to be here. So I have every single bit of information I need to pull. Real organized. So when you guys post your trades, I literally post them here in your sections. Because I want to see a report on you. And then I'm going to make a YouTube video showing the world how teaching 100 students went. How teaching 500 students went. How teaching 1,000 students went. I want to give people updates. I want to show people what it's like to teach. I want to be real with people. Because this thing is hard. This is not easy. It's not easy. It was only easy to me because I don't give up. Most people are not going to be like that, And I don't blame them because in terms of how people are raised, a lot of people are not raised to be great. They're raised to be normal. So, yeah, we're going to make sure every single one of you are great. I want all your names written in the history books, not just mine. Every single name that's in my Discord, I want you written in the history books, not just mine. That's how it must go. So, whenever you guys get a chance, just make sure you post your stuff so I can document it properly. And other than that, that's all. SPY looks like a nice start to a V shape here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, make sure your hands and feet are in the vehicle at all times. This might get a little exciting here. Looks like we might time a once-in-a-lifetime type of switch up. I've never seen the market get shut down like that from a high like that, but at the same time, it's kind of expected, in terms of the news and events and where you're at on the weekly trend. But yeah, this is something brand new. We didn't even see this in 2024. I've never seen this in 2023. We have no recollection of the market performing a trend this aggressive, straight down like that, and then flipping. We know what it could do. I'm not saying we don't know, or it's just like random or something like that. We know what can happen next. What I am saying is that push to the downside was so aggressive. I just am wondering where this market's going to bounce up to. Because if it bounces how I think it's going to bounce, again, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to run up to 659 today. Like right now. By the end of the day, you're going to hit up here. If not, open. If not, half of the price you fell. So the easiest thing to play would be from number 8 back to the halfway point, then to the open, then to the new halfway point. Does that make sense? How do we feel about that, ladies and gentlemen? Let me see what all of you think. Start placing your bets. Will the market run up to the new top? Will it run up to the new high? Place your bets, place your bets.
Would you say the halfway point was?
So the halfway point, let me make sure I get it perfect. The halfway point is perfectly going to be at, on SPY, 647.81. That's the perfect halfway point. Right now you're consolidating around the quarter point.
Yeah, if we definitely break that quarter point, yeah, we're hitting that half. Or another consolidation.
Even the futures looks insane. Look at this. Oh my god. Yo, we turned corner. I don't know if you've seen the trades, but I've been so happy with this. Over here, on August 21st, we started with a $10,000 account. We turned it into 13K. Unfortunately, I missed all this stuff here. So this large swing up, I was going to get calls, but I did not get calls. So that's something we have to write down in the notes whenever we're done with this account. Because we started with 10K over here. And right now, I think I'm at 30K. Let me check. So literally, my trip for Hawaii is now paid off. So if anybody else wants to come with me on this trip, just let me know. Because now we have a lot of extra capital here. Like lots of extra capital. So let's do it, everybody. Let's see what we could do here. I might get into another play. Let me actually see what number I'm at. I am at 25,000. So again, we were just at only 16,000 this morning. We made 7,000 off of that last play, playing the calls from down here right back up to here. I then told everybody to get into the puts, and then we sold it for 1,000 profit right here. So that's $7,000 we made just on this today. Played up, then we played down. Now what we're doing is we're waiting for this to see if it's going to break above here, and for some reason it looks like it's going to start falling out the sky again. So on my small accounts, the 3-cent account, the 50-cent account, the $5 account, the $15 account, and the $100 account, we're just playing short right here for this to fall right back down to at least this midpoint, like right there. But yeah, we made back all of our money pretty much. So now the next thing we want to do here is see if we could take this $25,000 account, see if we could take it to 100K by the end of, who knows, maybe by my birthday. If I could take this to 100K by my birthday, I'll move out my house, and then boom. Because you guys have to understand, I've been holding myself back because who am I to get a car? Who am I to move out my house? Who am I to taste the amazingness of life if my whole entire team is not tasting amazingness with me? Doesn't make sense. That's not how I operate. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's none of my business. That's not how I operate. So until I see this Discord level up themselves and, you know, get to 5,000, 10,000, I will consistently subject myself to torture. Consistently, every single day. Because it's not torture to me. Because this is greatness, everybody. Because I'm with you guys. You said I could fight 4 drunk kangaroos right now. You're so pumped. Holy shit, Cody. Holy shit, what's going on over there? You're going to fight 4 drunk kangaroos? What? Did I just read? I love it. You said, don't worry, we took shots together. Ah, man. Ah, man. You said what options let you buy, what brokers let you buy options on Forex? So, listen, everybody. You guys want me to be honest with all of you? Are you guys going to hear me out right here? Don't even pay attention to the options that you have right now. Don't pay attention to nothing that you're doing on the options market. Just listen to what I have to say right here. I swear on everything I love, may God strike me if I'm lying. If every single one of you traded Forex tonight and every single one of you started learning Forex while you're learning how to options trade, give it a month and you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. I can explain why, but I'm not going to because it's not going to help. I just want to say it like that. I'm not here to convince you. If you believe me, that's one thing. If you don't believe me, that's another thing. But if you guys want to actually listen to me and you want to get taken to the next level, if you want to be as good, if not greater than me, start Forex trading. Start trading the Forex market. Don't join groups and don't join all these other people. I'll teach you the same way I teach people how to trade stocks. Don't listen to these false gurus and all these false people who are just trying to get you to pay their stuff. I don't want a single dollar from you. All I want is from you is greatness and for you to help your generations to follow. If you guys want to pay, you pay. I'm not making you pay. It's whatever you want to do. I don't care. But the point still stands. Forex is very integral for you becoming a better trader. Because the way the Forex markets move, it's so computerized. It's the only thing in the world that you'll actually be able to trade and see how the algorithms are performing in real time. That's the reason why we started getting better with SPY, is because we started following Forex. So it's kind of weird, but me trading Forex was the causation of me getting better with trading SPY. Now, in terms of what brokers you guys could choose, I have no idea. Honestly, the only broker I have right now for Forex is Owanda. So if you guys want Owanda, you can get Owanda. I don't have no referral codes or nothing like that. I don't care about that stuff. Again, I don't think they even give referral codes. But if you guys want to sign up with Owanda. Put only $15 into your app. And let me show you how you're going to take that to $500 within a week. No matter who you are or your experience. You're not going to lose with Forex. I'm telling you guys. The amount of money you could lose versus how much you could make, it's way safer than options. Way safer than options. Way, way, way safer. In fact, you guys want me to tell you something? Guess what? In terms of me making money with trading Forex, you know I only deposited money into my app once. I swear on my life, I've never deposited money into Forex more than one time. The only time I did that was for the $10,000 account, but that's a whole different account. In terms of me starting with a low amount, I started with 60 in November of 2024. I lost $45 and it left me at $15 in the beginning of November of 2024. By December, we turned that account to $200 and we lost it because of Trump on January 1st. By January 13th, we made it back and we were at $500. By February 12th or February 20th, when Trump crashed the market again from tariffs, we once again lost the whole entire account. Every single time we lost it, it gets cut in half. So if I lose $200, I only have $100. If I lose $100, I only now have $50. If I lose $50, I only have $25. You know how much I got brought down to recently on the small accounts? I got brought down to just 20 cents on all 5 accounts. So all 5 accounts that were once at 100 each are at 20 cents each right now. So, well, not right now. We actually already tripled them and 10x them. But at the low, they were around those prices. So it just makes the experience even better. And I still haven't deposited more money into the app. Again, the $10,000 account is a whole different account. We're not counting that in terms of the small accounts, right? So it's just so crazy. He said, if I walk, you got to go. There we go. And again, I love talking about all the pressures and all the stuff we go through. Do you guys understand that me talking about that a couple minutes ago, and did it get a little heated? Of course it did. Did that make me feel better? 100%. I feel so happy right now. We got everything off our chest. You said Orange Man ruins everything. That's how it is. Remember, every single one of you needs to be able to express yourself. Again, I'm a child compared to a lot of you. I know. I don't need to be telling you this. I'm just trying to look out for every single one of you because I love you like a family member. You guys need to be able to express your concerns and express everything you feel and talk exactly how you want to talk. Don't let nobody hold you back. Not me, not nobody else. Talk exactly how you want to talk. Say exactly what you want to say and mean it. Really mean it. Because life is short. Within 5 years, we might not even know each other no more. Within 10 years, everybody's going to be on their own way. Within 15, that's it. Things might break down. Or, in 15 years, we're going to be on a boat together with 100 of us. Trading Forex, trading SPY. It's going to be this or that. I don't know what you guys want, but what I want is you guys to be with me. That's it. I don't care about the cars and the yachts and all that stuff. I don't care about the traveling. I've done enough by myself. I now want to be with you guys, so make sure you understand that. He said, now my yacht boat insurance too expensive. It definitely is. I was talking to one of my friends in Japan recently, and he was showing me how I can get my my license to drive boats, like in Japan. Because when I move there in a couple months, by the way, I'm moving into Japan. I don't know if you guys know that. Like officially, 100%. I'm going to move to Japan for like 6 months or a year. Just so I could finish my anime. I'm trying to start a studio. And I want it to be the best studio in the world. It's so funny too, because you know what? Just like the stock market, right? You got 98% of people who are trying to make you pay for their course. Like, for instance, I have one member on my Discord. I'm not going to say his name. But he told me that somebody made him pay $6,000 for their Discord in order to teach them how to trade stocks. And I said, what the actual F? Someone charged you $6,000 and they don't even know what they're doing? They don't even know how to choose a direction? That is mind-boggling. Because I would never even charge you anywhere close to that. That is ridiculously trying to take advantage of you. Like, that person came up 100%. So, I don't want you guys having to spend that. Don't look to spend money on people. Screw everybody. Even if you don't want to spend money on me, don't spend money on nobody until you feel like it's worth it. We need to start to maintain our composure here, and we need to start to get all these garbage people out of the way. Because they're just hurting everybody. All these people, all these false gurus who are trying to get people to pay, they're just hurting people. They're taking advantage of them, and I can't have this. I don't like it no more. So again, unless it's a YouTube channel I suggest, do not watch no other YouTube channels. Out of respect for me. If you respect me, and you think that what I'm saying to you is truthful, and you think that I'm speaking to you from the heart, and I'm not trying to be aggressive or anything like that, I'm trying to be truthful, not emotional, you will not watch a single YouTube channel unless it's something I suggest to you. Because I'm telling you, these people, they're trying to take advantage. They're not trying to help you. They want you to be down in the dumps and down in the dirt, so you have to keep paying for them. I'm the only person that will tell you, after a month or two, you better not be paying for my Discord unless you want to be here. Because you don't need to be paying for me. I'm going to teach you everything you need to learn within 2 months because we speak every single day. Every single one of my students, I speak to them every single one of the day, one-on-one. At first, it was just supposed to be once per week. But because, I kicked out everybody from the Discord because they didn't have the same, amount of grit as everybody else, I want them to establish that grit and find it. That's their quest. But for the people who did stay, I need to see if they can maintain that motivation, that devotion to this. That's the point. That's all we have to, that's my job, my only job, honestly, is maintaining order here. So that when the next person comes in and they start to lead this group, and that person has to be a great person. That person might be nearby, everybody. Cough, cough. There might be somebody in the vicinity that's currently listening to us right now that will lead this group after I am gone. I'll put it to you like that. So if you guys want to lead this group, if you guys want to be in, this position to be able to teach and help unconditionally, you don't want nothing from these people. You're not going to get nothing in return. God's going to bless you in return. That's what's going to happen here. Just like how he blessed me with the ability to trade infinitely, he's going to bless you. So when you're teaching, it has to be from the heart. Truly. So please, everybody, if you want to be a teacher and you're trying to take that serious, and you told me you wanted to be a teacher before, because I have a couple of you that told me that, understand that it has to be unconditional. You can't want anything in return. You said somebody wants to charge you $12,000 for 8% daily profit? What? Send me their name. There's no way. Add me on Discord so you don't have to put into the YouTube chat and send me their name. There's no way. 12,000 for 8% profit?
What? FaceTime with you or some shit. I started like, I showed you something in the back seat.
That is
Holy shit.
insane. I hope they don't have other people that pay for that. That's stupid. Like stupid insane. Unless they're trying to help millionaires and they're charging a millionaire that price, then all right, that's a different story. I think we all would agree. But most of these people come after the people who don't have money, and I'm just like, bro, what are y'all doing? You're supposed to help the people who don't have money. How are you righteous? You're not. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. But yeah, I hope nobody paid for that. Do not pay for nobody. Watch me for free. You'll learn enough to be profitable by yourself. If you need extra information, you need one-on-ones, just like some of the members just joined recently. When you have a good safety net, then you can join. Do not join my Discord if you have not made money off of what I've said and what I've, given you in terms of trades. All right. So this is what we're going to do. You're going to send me their name right here. Let's do it. I want to search this person up because I want to make a whole entire... What I'm going to do is I'm going to change up the fabric of YouTube and the way people present information. Honestly, I want to see if I can actually bring this to some type of legal system. And I really want to see if I could change up the dynamics because I swear people don't want to help. And I think that these people should now, instead of just keep taking advantage of people and taking their money their whole life, I think they should pay a consequence. Again, not from me because I don't judge. Only God judges, as well as the legal system. So like I said, we got to do something about this because these YouTubers are just talking out the side of their neck and they're not trying to help people and they're taking advantage. $12,000 for 8% of profit, that is ridiculous. I give you guys 100 to 500% per day and I'm teaching you for free. I can't fathom that. I don't know. So, comma trader, I'm messaging you right now on the Discord. What I want you to do is I'm going to add you on Discord. After we're done with today's trading session, we're going to talk. And I want to hear exactly what's going on with your situation. Just so we can see how we're going to go forth. If you have no problem with me stating your situation out loud, you just let me know. Because I want everybody to feel as pumped up as you are. And as pumped up as I am. But again, I don't want to put your situation out there if it's like me trying to say it just to say it. I want you to feel like it's comfortable. Because if you do, then we're going to get everybody on the same page. We're going to have everybody helping. And we're going to make sure we can get you to the next level. So let me know. But yeah, give me 1 second. I'm going to the Discord. All right, now the Patreon. You said your Discord name was... All right, boom. Boom, boom, boom. By the way, Frost, I apologize for earlier. You said you have a referral for Owanda. So yeah, right now, Frost, honestly, no, but maybe I can get one. But honestly, I don't have one. By the way, Frost, I appreciate you, by the way, for that. Because you were the first person who asked me for a referral when you didn't need to do that. And it was for TradingView, I believe. And they ended up giving me $15 back, I think. So I didn't know they give you money when you actually refer people. That's actually kind of crazy. Because now you could just take that money out, put it into another app, and then start with like a $15 account. So who knows? Maybe with that capital, we'll take it out, put into an account, like we said, and then we'll try to do a challenge. Or what if we could put it into the TradingView? If we could put it into the TradingView account, we'll turn that to a crazy amount, and then boom. Steve, you said send me your... Again, Steve, I want to make sure you have profit. If you have profit, I will allow you to sign up to the Discord. If you haven't made $1 yet, out of respect for you, and, making sure we do things ethically here every single day, unless you had profit, I do not want you to sign up to the Discord. We already had a couple members join. But if you would like to join, it's only fine if you have profit. That's it. I just want to make sure that's especially prevalent with everybody in terms of how they think about joining. Don't just straight up join. Do not do that. You got to tell me before you join. Send me a message on Patreon before you pay. And we'll see if you're actually fit to pay. We'll see if I can actually help you and take you to the next level. I'll show you what information we do have and what we can help you with. And if it works, it works. But again, I do not want to force this. I want this to feel right. I want this to be right because this is very important going into the future here. Every single one of you are very important. All right. So you said, let's do a comma trader. All right. So I sent you a friend request. We'll talk about everything that we need to talk about later. We'll create a plan. And then after that, the next thing we're going to do is create a deadline. Because I do not want you sleeping on the street no more. If you're watching me every single day, you're nothing but greatness. You do not deserve to be sleeping on the street no more. That's it. That's it. It's enough of that. We're going to completely change the dynamic here. We're going to make this a miracle. We're going to make this a dream. And then after we make this a miracle and make this a dream, we're going to start helping other people who are in the same position. I can't express to you guys how many times I've come across people that were homeless. And it's made me want to just do nothing but cry, you know, because I was unable to help them. If I can give them $5, all right, that's a little bit of help. But is that really helping this person? No. I want to be able to take them, give them a job, freshen them up, give them some clothes, give them an apartment, give them a car, give them a community, get them off of whatever they're doing if they're doing something that's terrible in terms of drugs, in terms of abuse. I want to be there for these people. And to be able to have an individual that's in the Discord, or not the Discord, but the YouTube, who's in that situation, I'm sure you understand how I feel. You know, I don't back down for any challenge or any task. So I just feel this, kind of like this emptyless void of obscene motivation that's just entering the scene. You know, as soon as you told me that, and as soon as I see your name every single day, it's just like obscene motivation. I can't hold it back. It's beautiful. Makes me feel so happy. So let's do it. Let's do it. We need everybody on board. We need everybody on this task. And yeah, let's see if we can get you to come with us on our trip. That's kind of one of my main priorities. Let's get you living in the mansion. Let's get you driving some crazy nice cars, right? Make sure you have a proper family. Make sure you have a beautiful family, right? Make sure you have a beautiful community. And that's all one could ask for. That's all one could ask for. Steve, you said, trust me, I don't need to make profit. I like what I see. I saw your interface and watched all of your live videos before, even before joining your YouTube live. If that's how you feel, I respect it. We'll talk tonight. We'll organize a route for you to actually progress here. I'm going to send it into the YouTube. For anybody else who gets this message into the YouTube, again, explain to me why you would want to join before you join. Do not just join. Because I want it to be right. If there's something you're looking for and it's not here, I want to be able to tell you that and warn you ahead of time, and then that's it. All right, so I added you on Discord. We're here. We're perfect. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's change this dynamic. Do you guys know how motivated I am? Oh my God, this is going to be insane. This is going to be insane. Because then what I want to do after this is, like, on my free time, I don't mean to say this to try to act like a different person. Because I swear, some people, sometimes they bring up stuff just to make it sound like they're a better person. I'm not trying to do that. Truthfully, from the bottom of my heart, that's not why I'm about to bring up this next bit of information. But on my free time, what I do is I go to the park, and in the neighborhood I'm in, it's not a good neighborhood. A lot of crack addicts, a lot of drug abusive users, right? Alcoholics, whatever you want to call it. A lot of people homeless. Like, every single day I walk around, I see at least 10 homeless people around where I'm at. Just within, like, a vicinity of my, like, 1 block, 2 blocks of my house. And, you know, it's not a good area. I'll be real with y'all. But I feel safe here. I feel absolutely safe. And every single one of these people that are homeless, every single time I meet them, I talk to them for hours. Sometimes I stay in these parks for like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. just talking to them. Because you got to help people. You got to conversate with people. You got to build with people. And sometimes people don't have people. And that's what leads them to basically failure. So if you guys could use this information and teach, somebody who's in a situation that's, it sucks. If you could teach them and give them this information, that's all I want from you guys. That's my payment in return, is you guys doing that. I'll continuously be here every single night. I'll continuously be here to help you guys. But what I want you to do is help me change the world. Please. Because I can't do it just alone. I'm sure you understand that. I need every single one of you. I always thought that I was going to be homeless. So it's crazy you guys mentioned that. I always thought that. Because I was always getting threatened by my family to get kicked out the house. Like, they were always using that against me. And not in the sense where it's like, oh my God, like you're at that age, it's time for you to move out. It's not like that normal American type of mindset. Nah. I'm talking about an immigrant's mindset. You don't do what I told you to do, get out. Last minute, last second. And some people, they dealt with that. I thought I was going to have to deal with that too. Luckily, I didn't have to deal with that. I just ignored it. If I would have got kicked out, I would have got kicked out, honestly. I had a car, I would have been straight. I would have been fine. But am I happy it didn't happen? Yes, absolutely. Because if that would have happened, I don't know. Who knows if I would have met you guys? Who knows if I would have been teaching right now? It can always happen, It can always happen to anybody. So, and the first thing you might ask is, why do I really think that was going to happen to me? Is because I didn't really care to be homeless. That's not really what I care about. I can protect myself. I'm good. I'm straight. But I just really want to help people. I care more about helping people than having a house and sleeping in a warm, nice bed. I could care less about that. And that's me speaking to be real, not me speaking to try to act cool or something. I'm being real with you guys. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, that's how I feel. So, that's why I know we're just positioned for nothing but success and greatness. God's going to bless us. God's going to change this dynamic, and He's going to help every single one of us. As long as we keep believing and we have this certain ounce of faith that never wavers under any circumstance, you shall see nothing but greatness. A lot of challenges too, of course, but most certainly greatness. You done for the day? Excellent. We're still waiting for the SPY to reverse here. If we go back to the actual reversal points, you hit near number 5, just like we thought you would, just like we told everybody. And then now you're falling out the sky. We didn't enter into any puts here because we were just in the heat of the conversation. So we'll see if we get another opportunity here. In the meanwhile, we'll continue to follow this and see how it drops down, going lower than number 9, going to number 12. And then we'll see what we could do here. You said silo for president? You know what's crazy? I always thought about that. If I run for office, if I run for anything political, they're definitely going to kill me. 100%. 100%. None of these people will like me because I got nothing to hide. When you got a person like that, that's it, it's over. I've been carefully, ever since I was 16 years old, I swear on my mom's life, because I was raised by my mom, I've been very delicate with everything I've done. Making sure I don't talk to women inappropriately, making sure I don't take advantage of women, making sure I don't sound stupid, making sure I don't make a fool of myself, making sure I don't ruin my reputation, making sure that it's just always being built. Ever since I was 16, I've placed so much want into making sure that I was perfect because that's the only way you could really lead people. You know? Because if you got something to hide, it's going to pop up. There's nothing that remains in darkness. Everything will come to light. Everything will come to light. No matter how much you want it to or not, everything will come to light. Therefore, you must contain, retain, and build to a level and to a want of just pure excelment. You know, just purely on that next level. You got to accelerate. You got to be better. You got to be the best. Don't do something bad. Just stop doing all that fucked up stuff and do stuff properly, you know? Look at people ethically. Look at people stoically. Try to help people. Try to level people up. That's it. This has to change. There can't be another generation of us that follows that still retains this level of just disgustingness. All this sexual stuff. All this crazy stuff in terms of mental health issues. And I'm not going to say exactly what it is because I don't want to press nobody's buttons, but if I must, I guess the one thing I would say is I do not understand how this country just turned the way it did within the last 10 years. From me turning 14 to me turning 24, the population of those that were actually gay has increased from 11% to 40% of all Americans. You guys understand that jump, right? You guys understand that's mind-boggling. And I don't hate these people. I don't hate them. But they just have stuff they had to deal with mentally. And they had to understand that. If you don't agree with me, you don't agree with me, and that's it. Don't make an argument. I'm not here to argue with you or convince you. I'm here to share with you how I feel and how I think of the world. And this stuff has to change. This next generation cannot be like this. This next generation cannot be like this. Because what is it going to turn out to be? 80%, 90%? And then what's going to happen? You're going to get taken over by a random country. Then America's no more. That cannot happen. Even though this country needs improvements in terms of the political system, in terms of the judicial system, in terms of the prisons, in terms of many, many, many things we all know about that we've already heard while growing up. A lot of changes need to be made, of course, yes. But what's the most important thing is us understanding why these changes need to be made. Not just that changes need to be made. It's exactly what changes. And where do we need to aim for something to actually become better? I don't know if you know this, but do you know how many trans individuals have, shot up schools? Do you guys understand how insane this mental health issue is in America? These people thinking that there's something they're not? It's disgusting. You can't have that. Again, respectfully. Respectfully. I don't care what you say against me. I don't care how you try to come after me. Because people will try to do that after the fact, going into the future here. It doesn't matter. They can't touch me. And I'll continuously say that to the day I die. These individuals need to learn their lesson. They need to start understanding that what they're doing is terrible and they're hurting the future generations. And again, I'm not trying to say that to cause a situation with you guys. I don't want you guys to think of me as different. I don't want you guys to feel like I'm trying to come after people. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to be blunt and honest. This is not right. This is not right. So, yeah, in terms of me running for political office, I would love to. And I know I would change the difference. I would cause a difference. I know things will be different after me, but I don't know how I could protect myself in terms of that end. Because these political people, they don't play fair. They'll destroy my whole entire family tree if I say something against them. That's just how they work. That's how they operate. Scared, That's just how it is. So, believe it. If you guys want to cause a change here and you guys want to be part of this, the more people we have, the more individuals we'll be able to change, the more worth we'll be able to actually instill. And honestly, at the end of our lives, I think we're all going to be, very accomplished at the end of it, after having caused such a massive change. And to be able to do it with you guys is an absolute, pleasure. To be alive at the same time in history with you guys. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me loud and clear. To be alive in the same point in history as you all, to be alive at this year, at this month, at this time, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to meet every single one of you. I hope you understand that. This is not just a one and done situation. This is not just a regular conversation. This is not something surface level. This is something deep, depthness, because that's where value is grown. In that type of field, in that type of emotion. Because it is emotion. Love is the most powerful emotion in the world. That's why I hope I show you guys nothing but love. And if you guys don't feel the love, you tell me. You let me know. You question it. You point it out. You upstill the values that I upstill in you. You upstill them in me. So if you don't see me doing exactly what I say that you should be doing, if you see me doing the opposite, you must call that out. You must put me at a point of just being purely, I would say self-evaluated, or, just allow me to self-evaluate. But yeah, just put me at the front of everything. Even if I'm live, even if I'm talking in front of everybody, join the Discord and talk to me live in front of everybody. Say, you're not doing this right. You're doing this wrong. I want you guys to do that because that's the only way we're going to become great. I need your advice. I need your constructive criticism. So if you guys want to help me become greater, tell me what I could do differently. Tell me what I could do better. Realistically, everybody right now, give me 1 point that you think I could do to make this better. Not because you think I lack it, but because you know it could be better in terms of your own opinion. I'll take everybody's advice and everybody's opinions. I'll throw it into a pool. And then we're going to find out exactly how we can start growing with these thoughts. Because remember, me becoming great is because of you guys. Therefore, I need your help. So, share some advice. Tell me what I could do better.
Hey, let me chime in real quick,
Louis!
man. I know y'all ate on that foot, man. I know y'all had to eat on that foot. All right, let me say something to the crowd, to the people listening.
Let's
right? Notice about Sai, man. Sai created this system, right? But he's working to perfect it, and he isn't going to see everything at all times. You know what I mean? Especially he's going to play it super safe. Y'all got to give him recommendations of what y'all see. That's why he's giving y'all the system like he's giving y'all, so that y'all can interpret it and y'all can tell him what y'all see. And it's more of a cooperative progress because, we all see the charts work. The charts that he made work. We just got to learn to apply them more effectively. Am I wrong in saying that, Si?
No, you perfectly said it right.
Yeah, like we still got to perfect the application of the chart. The chart just gave us the points the points that it's going to get to. Anyway, y'all, I just wanted to see who ate, man. I know somebody got like 1,000% on the put, didn't they? Who hit?
Somebody did somewhere around here.
Nobody.
They're being quiet. They're really excited right now.
I was too, man. I know it. That would have been my game, boy. 651. I'm finna put. Damn, man. I wish I could have made them trades. These be the days I always got to work the hardest. You feel me? I got to be super busy on the days and make the great move. But it is what it is. I'm going to catch my break. Hey, y'all. Best of fortunes, man. I got to get back to work, though. I just wanted to say what's up, man.
I appreciate you, Louis. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to chop it up tonight.
Roger that. Mansa, you said you had gotten a 900% gain on the puts. See, Mansa, that's why I appreciate you. Because you didn't sell when I sell. You had another idea. You wanted to go against the grain. That's what I like. Come on now. You didn't sell when I sold. You went against the grain. Yes, that could have resulted in a loss, but it would have only been a $50 loss. Let's be real here. And you got it at a cheaper price than I did. So, for being completely honest, Mansa, you crushed that thing out the park. So far, in terms of the performance today, you're number one. So, thank you, brother. Absolutely thank you. You said you're learning from the best? Come on now. You're already the best. How was your trip, by the way, Mansa? How's the family? Did they enjoy it? For some reason, I think it was Culinary brought this up last time. But I don't know. Whenever I have friends that go to certain places around the world, I just feel scared for them. Because I don't know how that way of life is. I don't know how things are over there. I've never understood it. I've never watched videos of it. I'm completely in the unknown. So it's like when you told me you were going on a trip, I was honestly praying that everything was going to go perfect and nothing was going to go wrong. Truly. Because, yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on over there. You said South Africa was great. I'm happy to hear that. I really am. How's the places there? How's everything going on? Because I think there was a bunch of riots and stuff going on over there. I don't know exactly what the government is trying to do or say or mean or... Again, I never watched a single thing over there. But I know there's a couple things going on. Not just in South Africa, but around all of Africa. Honestly, you know what I think is going to happen here, if you guys want me to be real? I think what's going to happen here is within the next 15 years, South America is growing pretty fast, right? So you have the new president who's completely getting rid of all the cartels in that one country, right? I think he's going to cause a domino effect. Maybe not right away, but maybe within the next 5 to 10 years. So I think South America generally is going to change just because of him, that one president. Again, I forgot what ethnicity he is. I don't want to say the wrong one. I always forget it for some reason. He just basically also bought like $20 billion of gold today. So that was kind of crazy because he bought it at the high. But yeah, I forgot what country he's in. Can you guys remind me? I always forget about him for some reason. I forgot what it is. It's not Venezuela. Venezuela, I think they're aren't they communist? In Venezuela? Or am I getting it wrong? I should actually do more research when it comes to South America. I think that's the next thing I want to do. Because everything with Canada, America, everything with Europe, I've already broken down. Everything with China, Russia, everything with the Middle East, we've already broken all that down. The only thing we haven't done really was Africa. We got to break it down. Because truly, I think they're going to start to unify within the next 15 years. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but if you're trying to go from one African country to another, you know you need a passport, right? Like literally, to go from state to state in Africa, you need a passport for each and every one of those. And it should not be like that. So I think that something is it's like it just makes sense. It's like a $20 option when the market looks extremely bullish. That thing is going to become, $1,000. I think that they're going to start to explode into greatness. I think that, yeah, it's definitely already changed. It's definitely already started, Monza. 100%. I'm just waiting to see what that looks like. Because that's going to be insane. That's going to be truly insane. Randy, you said you're very new to charting and the options, but you're trying your best to learn from you. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Again, I'm trying my best. I'm trying to be blunt. Trying to make it, so that every single time that I, have a loss or every single time that we have a situation that goes against us, you can understand why, how we're going to make it go with our, ideas and our opinions, how we're going to make that money back, and how we're going to just explain to you how to always understand what the market could do. Because again, most days when something goes against us, most people are going to be like, it was random or it was a coincidence. But for instance, you falling down to this level down here is not just a coincidence. It's for a reason, a very, very specific reason. What is that reason, ladies and gentlemen? Watch this. If I go over here to this chart and we go to your weekly boxes, I think it's this chart right here. Yeah. So if you look at these boxes here and you look to see where we fell, what does it perfectly match up with? The 1/8 point, right? So you perfectly hit the 1/8 point, and now you perfectly bounce right back up to the reset point. Who would have thought? But again, that's one of the funny coincidences with the market is that it's structure. It's just a matter of which structure point is it going to hold at, which can kind of be random, I guess, right? But here's the thing, it's not really. Because if you measure yesterday, you would be able to see exactly what today could do, down, up, and in between. So like, for example, yesterday we did $6. Today, if I measure it from top to bottom, you did a little bit over 6 now. As you can tell, you did about 8. But in terms of right here, you know, if you would have gotten this much of a gain right there, that would have been 1,000% right there. So $6 is enough for you to go 1,000%. So we would have had a, you know, a box right there pointing to the downside, and we would have one more pointing to the top side. So that's how much you could have ran up, which is 657, and that's how much you ran down, which was to 645, and then of course $2 extra. So if you do $2 extra here, 657, that's 659. So if this market, like, let's just say big money just dumps in all their money, and this is a time where they could do it. I'm just wondering if they really are going to do it right now. I don't think they are. I don't think this is going to be it could be, because you're at 640. That's the only problem. Is I know the market could run to 740. Like, I know it could. Not just because it's random, but because it's all structured. That would be the next main level you're going to crash from. So we're really far from that. We're over $100 away from that right now. That's why I'm just like, maybe they just want to push you up to that level. They might just want to. So, you know, these jumps, like on the short term right now, might become, you know, a little overly stimulated. You might get a $8, you know, drop out the sky, and then before we even know it, by the time the market closes tonight, we're already at 655. We already could buy a 1 day, 2 day put. So it all depends, you know. So what are you guys talking about over here? You said you can't live in you can't live a life of fear inside the US. It has plenty of violent crimes, which we don't think about when we go outside daily. No, yeah, 100%. Even in Japan, even in all these other countries that I've been in, all these other states or all these other places, it's like they all have their own amount of violent crimes. But here's the thing. I believe in frequency, right? I believe in the mind, and what you think is ultimately what you see. So if you're somebody who's always looking at videos that have gore, videos that contain fighting, videos that contain violence, eventually what you're going to find in your life is violence, is what I've started noticing. Once you get rid of all that disgusting stuff, and we all know it exists out there. We all know it. It's not to be blind by it, but you don't have to consistently have it be hammered into your brain. Because, you know, when you watch these videos, it's like most people don't understand it, but your brain can only take in a certain amount of information. And when you're watching a video, you know, a picture is 1,000 words in one. Or a picture is worth more than 1,000 words, whatever the quote goes, whatever it means. You guys understand what I'm trying to say. Is that one picture could have so much value and potential, and when you have 1,000 frames in a second, 60 frames in a second, you know, let's just say 60 FPS, 60 frames a second, for a video that's 10 minutes long, that's 60 times 10. That's a lot. That's a lot of things your brain has to calculate and think about. So you need to understand that when you're watching videos, you have to mitigate what you see. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I've noticed. Like 5 YouTube videos more than, 10 minutes long, you're burnt out for the whole day at least. That's it. 5 YouTube videos, that's it, you're done. Even my YouTube videos, make sure you watch only like 1 or 2 a day, because if you watch more than 5, I'm telling you, your brain's not going to comprehend no more, because that's just how it works. And most people, I'm sure you understand, they watch 30 videos, 50 videos a day, 60 videos a day sometimes, and that's why they can't remember nothing. It's because it's all going straight to your short-term memory. You know? So, same thing with the charting. Don't overtrade. Get into the best trades. If you had a trade today and you had a profit, perfect. If you bought into the opposing side when you sold your profit, and now you're down on that opposing side, perfect. What makes it even more perfect? Did you use less than what you made today? In which we did. There you go. So we're basically in the market for free right now, if you really think about it. And all we're doing is just waiting. Technically, everything's already paid for. I already made my money back with that first trade earlier. Yes, it went to $400 and $500 each from $50, but that's just the way some days are. Now that we saw what today was like, we know how to play the next time we run up to the 660s, 670s, 680s, 690s, 700s. we're going to use this as a very valuable learning lesson. And we're going to make sure we document this today. So, as long as we document it, theoretically, this was actually a win. Regardless of what the market does. Are we all on the same page? What do you guys think about that? So you're up 50% on the calls. Absolutely excellent, Steve. Absolutely excellent. Oh, he's not number one? Mansa. Looks like you got a challenge inside of the YouTube chat. Steve right now, he's up 1,100%. All right now. All right now. Let's not let things get too heated here. Calm down, everybody. Imagine. That's what's up. Let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow. Let's see who's gonna be the winner tomorrow. Every single day, I want to start creating a Blender animation for what we do in terms of trading. 5-10 minute animation so that I can get better with animating for my actual anime. So I'm thinking maybe today we can create like a little animation for something, and then tomorrow whoever's the winner, we'll create another animation, and then at the end of the month we'll have like a mashup of videos that we could put together. So you're currently playing the call to 50%. There we go. So you got 1,000% with that one, and then 50% with that one. Excellent. You said you'll take me to Ghana. I would love to go, honestly. I would love to go anywhere. Because honestly, the way I am in terms of a person, I don't know. I can't contain myself sometimes in terms of excitement or energy. Like before when I was younger, that's the only thing I used to do is just be in the corner and be quiet. But now it's just like, I would want to meet everybody there. Everybody in that village or everybody in that location, everybody in that vicinity, I would want to meet. No matter how many people it is. Because it's just like, that's how you learn quicker, you know? Same thing with stock trading. You want to learn quicker, have more losses. Same thing with life experiences. You want to learn quicker, have more experiences. Not really losses. The market specifically is with losses. With life, it's just more so experiences. Like every single time you see like a video or something, or like a movie, and they're trying to explain the meaning of life, it's always the same thing. Every single time. And it makes sense. It's just your experience. That's the meaning of life. It's for you to experience. So as long as we make this a crazy experience, and we get to do everything with no regret, which is exactly what we're doing, then I think it's going to be awesome. So, you said you're taking your wife to Cancun next month? Don't say thanks to me. It's thanks to you, Mansa. That's crazy. So, oh my God, Mansa. You're absolutely insane. Yo. I think I talked about this privately, of course, you know, with you and a few other members as the time has passed, but I don't want to talk about your situation out loud yet because I would actually want to make a video. I would actually want to fly to you, Mansa, and make a video because this is absurd. Your experience here and the empire you're building is like, I'm profoundly excited for it. It's insane. I hope you enjoy your 10-year anniversary. Make sure it's absolutely amazing. All right? Enjoy your time. I hope she enjoys her times as well. And let's do this. Let's see what else we could do. Let's see what we could do, Mansa. Appreciate that, Cody. You said your wife's bringing you sushi? There we go. That's awesome. I actually don't like sushi for some reason. I'm not gonna lie to you. I even went to Japan and I didn't try it. You know that? I'm sorry I had to say that. I know some of you would be like, what in the world? Some of you might even want to fight me right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. I had sushi over here one time and I was throwing up for like 5-6 hours straight. After that, I was like, never again. I would never have raw food again. Especially when I saw those videos of like parasites and stuff like that. Oh, hell no. Everything has to be just absolutely deep, not even deep fried, but it has to be completely burnt. Everything I eat is always burnt. You know, and I wouldn't, no juice or nothing like that. I still got some juice to it, of course, but it has to be well done. Everything. Yeah, that's insane, Monster. That percentage today. You guys made my day. Remember, we sold early. But again, the way I'm feeling right now, after seeing all these trades and seeing all these percentages, you guys are insane. With a little bit more leverage, oh my goodness. $1 million is going to be... It's not even going to be a hurdle. We might just go right through it. We might just jump straight to like 2-3 million. That's honestly what I really want to do. I don't want to just hit $1 million with you guys. I want to just jump straight through it. Because I know we're worth at least a couple billion. A piece. A piece at least. How fast could we turn $100 into, let's just say 2 million? 30 days? That's 20 million right there. So we don't need 30 days, 25 days. Thank you, Mikey. There we go. So about, 25 days. At 50% per day, which is how much we got today. It's about how much we want to retain and maintain per day. And the reason why is because even on the slow days, you can at least get 50 to 20%. So in theory, today was like a 700 to 1,000% day, right? But in most cases, you're not going to get that right off the jump. That's something that we aim for towards the end of the day. That's why for the last like 2 weeks, we've been trading end of the day moves. And for the last 2 days, 3 days specifically, like from today, which is of course September, I don't even know what today's date is. September 3rd, 5th. Is it the 5th? Holy shit, it's the 5th already? September 5th. So the last 3 to 4 days were absolutely amazing in terms of the end of the day move, especially after you hit the bottom on Wednesday and you started running up from 634. It was just absolutely phenomenal every single day. So what I believe is, truthfully, without trying to sound, amazing and trying to sound like I'm perfect and trying to sound like every trade is going to go my way, without making it trying to sound like that, if we factor in all the 100% trades that we get, all the 300% trades, all the 1,000% trades that we get, just like a couple days ago, then the one thing I would say is that 50% seems realistic to me. What do you guys think? I think it sounds realistic to me. I think this sounds very real because we always get more than 50% per day. So if you guys agree with me, then you guys will also agree with the fact that if you start with 100, just 25 days is all it takes for you to become a millionaire. So yeah, do I think you guys can be, multi-millionaires, not just a millionaire? 100%. $1 million is not even that hard of a challenge. When you actually factor in the percentage, don't think about the dollar amount because that doesn't matter. But it's about the percentage, how much you start with, and how many days you're trading for. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. If I add just 2 more days to this, look how crazy this is. If I add just 1 more day, 2.5 turns into 3.7 million. Of course, you're using the whole amount. So you know what? Let's play safe. Let's say you only use half your account every time. Within 26 days, you would turn $100. This is 33,000. Does that seem more realistic, everybody? Maybe it does, right? Because you're only using half of your amount, which means half of that is being taken out into your bank account. So investment value is 33,000. In terms of your bank account, you now have 32,000 because you were taking out money every time. let's say if you're just like, you know what, I don't need to take out money every time. I'll take out 25%. How about that? Well, that number instantly jumps to 400K. So just with you taking out your percentages, you have to understand the way percentages work in terms of how much you invest per day. Because if I have $1 million, right, the only thing I have to do is really trade $200,000 at a time. That's really it. Trade $200,000 at a time and try to double it. If I have $1 million. Of course, I'm not going to be trading with 0 days. So in terms of trading it every single day, would it be a daily thing? No, it would be a weekly thing. If you have more than $1 million, you're going to have to, buy the contracts that are more expensive. Because you need to actually equalize the amount of money you're spending. You can't buy 0 days with that. If you do, you're not going to be able to buy enough contracts. You might be able to, but in some cases, I've seen that you're not going to be able to buy enough contracts. You're literally going to run out. So in terms of the amount of contracts one could buy, depending on the level you reach in terms of 5 million, 50 million, 100 million, eventually you're going to reach a point where there's just not enough liquidity in the market. So that money has to be split in different ways. And the way you do that is by consistently looking for companies and stocks that are just very oversold. Just like Intel, just like Unity, just like many of these other companies. Which hopefully Intel could fall down a little bit lower. Even Unity at the current price, it ran up to $40, and it was just at $18 when we told everybody to first start buying into it. In fact, when we created our chart, it was right here. Right around August of last year, right around $14. And we told everybody, if you start breaking right back into the range, into the 20s, you're going to hold at the 17s. That's why we drew the circle here, which you did hold there. And then we said it was going to bounce up again. And I believe this is where we played it last time. We had a really good trade here, and then we had another really good trade down here in February when I went on my vacation. I think we made like around $400 or $500 off of this one play here. It might have been a little bit more. I think we saw Danny make around like 1,000 and something, like 1,400 off of just that one play, and he had the same amount of contracts. So I forgot exactly how much we did make. It was just too many plays. My brain was over. That was, you know what's crazy? That was the first time I was honestly ever overstimulated by market movement, because throughout from here to like here, not even from there to there, from right here, from like February 1st all the way to February 20th, we were literally, every single contract was perfect. I don't remember us having a single loss then, like at all, like not a single day. It was like 5, 6, 10 trades per day, and it was no losses. And then you had a big move on Intel and on Unity and on SMCI. And it was just like, what in the world is happening? Why is everything going up 500 to 1,000%? You said you had food poisoning with Italian food, and now you have a phobia of... Honestly, I had Italian food, not even, or you said not Italian, you said Indian, my fault. Honestly, the only time I've ever had Indian food was in Japan, and it was the best thing I've ever had. Like, in terms of eating in Japan, actually no, the burger was probably the best thing I ever had. I was dreaming about that for a couple days after. Like the A5 Wagyu, that thing is, let me tell ya, if you ever come with me to Japan, the first thing we're doing on day one is going straight to a place that has that. Because that thing is, I'm telling ya, you're going to be dreaming of it every single day. You're going to be like, I don't even want to eat any type of steak in the U.S. no more. I'm going to go to Japan every time. Just to eat steak. I'm telling ya. You're going to say it just like that. Because I don't like steak. I swear to God, I ate steak 2 days ago over here in the U.S. Yeah, I went to throw up. And it was well done too. I just can't do it. I don't know what it is over here. Something about it. I can't explain it. I don't know if I'm the only one. Maybe I am. Like, I could eat ground beef. Like ground beef. Or like lasagna. Like stuff like that. Or spaghettis. Where it has ground beef in it. Like, I could eat that, but I just can't eat steak. Something about it. I don't know what it is. So Tesla is not acting right here. we have a situation, everybody. We're running out of time. What time is it? Actually, no, it's only 12 o'clock. Is it me or is time moving way too slow today? So yeah, this still has plenty of time, honestly, if we really are real about this. Which means we could start selling this contract for, yeah, like $400. If you fall straight down to 338, we might be able to sell this thing for $400. Come on, Tesla. We need you. Spy. Looks like you're gonna do exactly what we said in the morning, which was you're just gonna tank, and then hold basically the bottom end, like around number 5 or number 8. And after you hold number 5 and you hold around number 8, if you fall through number 8, you're going to number 12. That's 100%. If you hold right here on number 6 or 7, which is obviously before number 9 and number 8, which is at the bottom right there. If you can hold around here, then yes, we could see the market run up to the 200 moving average at least. And remember, we're on the 5 minute. So we could see it at least run up to the 200. We told everybody yesterday we wanted to see it drop below the 200 and then start running above it again. So if we could run above the 200, technically, it is a successful day. However, I do want to see this run up to 655, 656. As long as we could run up to that point, then yeah, I think we'll be good. Actually, you know what? I didn't even finish the story. When I had that Indian food in Japan, I never knew that shit was going to be that hot. Somebody should have warned me. I should have done some research or something. Nobody said a single word to me. They was just laughing. I start eating the food and, it tastes really good. I forgot what I ate. I think it was like, I'm pretty sure it was just straight up like, I think it was just chicken. I don't even know what I had. Chicken, rice, and something else. Oh, it was like, I think it was chicken, rice, and like vegetables. What's it called, halal food. So that's pretty much it. Like chicken, rice, and I think like their sauce. I ate it like 4 or 5 like spoonfuls, and I'm like, like I never felt like this before. Why is my mouth burning like this? Like, is this got spice or something? And I asked the person, and they were like, no, yeah, 100% it has spice. And I was like, all right. I was like, I'm gonna need some water. So they gave me water, and I finished like like a gallon of water. I kid you not. I finished the whole entire thing. And I'm like, like, I'm dying. I need like another 2 gallons. And they give me like these big ass. These things are like, I think they were all like a gallon or 2, honestly. I did use the bathroom like crazy, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, but I had to drink so much water because of how much it was burning me, because I can't drink milk. I can't drink nothing that comes from an animal. Which, cough, cough, that's supposed to be the way, the human body's supposed to process it. But humans have just, basically, like goat milk and, like cow milk. My body basically doesn't break down the enzymes. So it causes, what do you call that? Like hives? When you get swollen? You know what I mean? Your throat closes, your eyes close, you can't breathe no more. It's not like lactose intolerant, where you have to use the bathroom or something like that. It's just straight death. So, a lot of the food I eat, I had to... it's just mad complicated, the way I gotta order food. But yeah, I can't drink like milk and stuff like that to cool it down. I didn't have no ice cream. It was late at night. It was over. The only thing I had was water. Would I do it again? Hell yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to bring something with me. It was really good. Like, really, really good. Yeah, it just matters where you get the food from, I think when I went to Japan the 3rd time, I also went to another Indian spot. That one of my friends, he was living in Japan for like 30 years. So he learned the language, and he learned like around the neighborhood, and he was like really friendly with everybody. So we were recording like a music video. I had like my camera and everything. I was recording it for them, and at the same time we went to the Indian spot, and this was a whole different location. It was like on the opposite side of Japan. And honestly, the food was also amazing there as well. So I've been to two different Indian spots. One in Kyoto, which is like near Japan's countryside, and then one in like I forgot where it is. It's like by the Tokyo Skytree. It's like to the right of Tokyo. I forgot what that neighborhood is called, or that prefecture, but like right around there. Nah, yeah, you're not supposed to be drinking cow milk. I'll be honest with you guys. That's supposed to be the way it is, because you're not a, like you said, you're not a baby cow. But nah, yeah. Like cocoa, I could eat cocoa because cocoa is not like, it's like what makes it look brown in terms of like chocolate. Like I could eat that. I could also eat Oreos because it's processed, as well as like some cheese because it's processed. I do have to take Benadryl if I eat it, but I can still eat it. You know, I won't die or something like that. But yeah, I don't like it. Because last time, I remember I took like, you guys might think I'm crazy. I was 11 years old, and I saw everybody eating pizza around me, and I was just like, you know what, I want to try it. And my family, they was just like, all right, you want to try it? All right, get Benadryl. So I go to the pharmacy. It wasn't actually a pharmacy. It was a deli. I go to the deli, and I get the Benadryl that they have back there, because it's in like little tablets. And when I get it, I drink like 2 of them. I think I did. I think I had drank like 2 or 3 of them. I was like overdosing on Benadryl. I was basically like shutting down my body, honestly, because I remember like right after I was getting so tired. But I ate the pizza, and I wanted to throw up so bad. I've never felt a stomach pain like that ever in my life. So I'm just never gonna try that again. I'm never gonna try that again. And recently, I had a situation where I was in the gym, and I drank like I forgot what it was. I drank this like protein shake. They had like lemonade in it. It was like clear lemonade, but for some reason they had like some type of like whey protein, which contains dairy. For some reason, most proteins, they contain dairy. Even the proteins that say they don't contain dairy, they're still made in the same factories, which the dairy still seeps into. And even if it's on like a very small scale, my body still reacts to it. So I drank some of this lemonade. As soon as I tasted it, I was like, nah, yeah, something's wrong with that. I stopped drinking it. I just had like a little sip, the smallest sip I've ever had. And my throat was closing within 20 minutes. Yeah, I told my boy, I was like, all right, yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go. I gotta get Benadryl. It was actually kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That was like the most recent situation. But yeah, that's why everything I only drink water. That's it. Chicken, rice. That's all I need. I'm good. Eggs. That's it. Maybe some fruit and stuff like that. Fasting all the time, because I pretty much fast every single day. Like today, I didn't eat nothing yet. What time is it right now? Yeah, it's only 12 though. It's still pretty early, if you really think about it. Yeah, but I haven't eaten nothing yet, and I don't plan on eating nothing until probably like 1 or. I kind of want to eat something right now. I'm not gonna lie, but I think I'm gonna try to push it to like 2 or 3, because you have parasites in your body. If you can kill those parasites, for some reason you just don't get sick. I find myself when I eat more and when I'm working out more, even if I'm working out and I'm going to the gym, if I'm eating a lot, for some reason if I don't fast, it's like my body starts getting real weird. I start getting a bunch of mucus and stuff like that. Start coughing up, not blood or anything, but just a bunch of mucus. Start getting sick. Start having cold fevers. It's so weird. Do you guys have that experience as well, or is it just me? Am I tripping? You said you gotta eat the worm at the bottom of the... I don't even know what you're talking about, Cody. You said you and your wife are going to Mexico in the next 3 weeks? There we go, Sherman. You know, it's honestly an honor to be able to be here next to you guys, to be able to see you guys just enjoy everything. Because then it makes it just more fulfilling when, you know, we do anything together, or not even do anything together, but for that matter, just if I do something by myself, it feels really fulfilling every single time. Even if I'm walking down the block, it feels very fulfilling. So, yeah. Life was not like this a couple years ago. I can tell you that much. And I know I'm very young, of course, I agree with you. But, again, life was not like this a couple years ago. It was definitely not. It always felt like I was messing up here and there. It always felt like I was doing something wrong here and there. It always felt like I was not, you know, able to do this or do that. And now this is just like the complete opposite side of the pendulum.
Hey, Daddy, happy birthday!
So it's honestly a blessing, you know? Like I tell everybody, it's honestly a blessing to be able to teach. So if you guys want to also teach, make sure that you also document your journey here. Document everything you do. Because things change very quickly, you know? I might need you guys a lot sooner than you expected. Right? I swear I'm not the only one. When I don't be eating that much, my brain is just like, it operates at a whole different level. It's like kind of like flight or fight mode type of thing, I guess. Like my body wants the food, and my brain wants it. And it's just like, you know, sugary stuff, chips, or this or that, and it's just like, no, just don't do nothing. And when you don't do that, it's just like, I don't know, it just makes me operate better. As well as I don't fall asleep. I used to have a problem when I used to teach you guys, like last year. I used to fall asleep randomly, like throughout the day, and it was because I was eating. Like literally every single time I eat, that's why I don't eat during the days, because I do not want to fall asleep. I'm good. For some reason, it just puts me in like a food coma. I don't know why. It's kind of funny now that I think about it, because every single time, yeah. Like for instance, whenever I'm teaching the Saturday class, like in the morning, I try to not eat until we're done with the class after like 12 or 1, because I'll just start knocking out. All right, everybody. So in terms of the trades today, we're still waiting for Tesla. We still got some SPY calls here. Of course, we're trying to play for something that's generally way higher. Right now, it's currently 12.47. So here's what we're gonna do. In terms of the $36 that we have in the market right now, what we're gonna do is the same thing we did yesterday. We're gonna get another call. We're gonna wait for this to drop to a really good point. We're going to pay attention to the weekly trends, because again, you're just inside of the weekly trend. You're not even that far below it. You're basically near the top. If I show you the screen here. So pay attention to this here. 647 is the reset point. Do you see how you're literally just $2 away from it? You hit the 1/8 point, and you also opened up at the 1/8 point. So it's pretty much an equal reaction. You could go down to the 1/16 point, which is 641. And that would be pretty funny if you do that. That would be perfect. Because then at that point, I'll just have you guys get a 5-day call. Like right down here is not a bad time to get a 5-day call. It's just a matter of you getting the closest strike price. So like the first strike price I would want you guys to buy is something for 647. So you guys see how we're at 645 down here? So basically it's like, imagine this. The market can go up here, but what I want you to play is something for in the middle. If not, a quarter. Because if you could do that every time, you're always going to have the opportunity for the market to consolidate, hit your level, and you could sell out for a profit. Again, consolidate. Meaning the market doesn't even have to make a move really going in your direction and really choosing your direction for you to be profitable. That's how you always make money. You have to be in the consolidation range. You understand? That's all you're doing as a trader. You're inside of that consolidation range. So if a contract can go to $20, the consolidation range must be that it could also run to 60. So when I give you guys these levels, it's not even being extreme. That's why you have days like today where, remember, what was the level I gave you for the $50 contract? 150 or 200. what level did it ended up, falling down to? Those contracts ended up going to $500 each. That was double what I said. That's 1,000%. I said we just wanted 200 to 500%, and we took 50. So do you see how absurd the market can kind of, range in terms of consolidation? That's why the only thing you need to be focused with is consolidation. So like, for instance, right now you're at 645. That tells me that you can at least jump to 649 by the end of the day. $2 above the reset point, because right now you're $2 below it. Stuff like that. All right, everybody, let me get some water. I'm getting a little parched here. We're going to put you on the reversal chart, and we're going to go from there. Again, if it just consolidates and kills value here, let it do so. If you see it go below number 7, you guys could play puts to number 8, which is just $1 away. So again, you go from 645 and you fall below 645.16. You could buy puts for 644, like 30, or 644.16. Somewhere around there would be fine. And then just make sure you sell out when it hits the bottom green line. And if you go below number 8, again, you could buy another put for you to fall to number 9 or number 10. But here's the thing. If you go below number 8, I'm convinced you're going to fall to number 12. So just be very careful. You could just get a 640 contract once you go below 644 and just, hold it. It's going to be really cheap still. Especially if this takes like another hour. So yeah, pretty good. All right, give me 1 second. So yeah, the first thing we could do here, honestly, is just make these boxes. So let's delete this box here. This is from the Saturday class, of course. The halfway point is right here, which is 647.78. Looks like you're holding right here on this other box, which of course is in the previous range, right? This other bigger box where it has this little section here, right? So this looks pretty good. We can even bring it down to the line like that. And this of course would be the 1/4 point. So you're holding on the previous 1/4 point. And in terms of the daily trend, because remember this orange box is the daily. It's not like the previous week or something like that. The halfway point or the quarter point is exactly where you're also at as well. So you're holding on the weekly 1/4 point and then the daily 1/4 point as well. That's how you know that these are good entries in terms of getting into your contracts, is because everything starts to match up on a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly. So, yeah, let's just wait here. Let's wait it out. We still have plenty of time today. There's no need to rush a single thing right now, besides letting the contracts just kill their value. Okay, so we don't have any Forex positions. We made sure those are fine. This over here, we're going to have to take this a little bit slower. Let's see what we could do. 644 call. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at 648s. They're around $20. They were just $14. Let's go check this short-term trend. And then the one thing we're going to do here that we didn't add yet is the CS zones. So in terms of the consolidation zones, 645, that's the current 1/4 point of the range. That's the monthly range from 480. Monthly range from the 480. The one other chart that I want to look at is this one here. Did you hit the blue yet? So you ran from the blue. You hit this blue here. If you run up, you're just going to run right back up to this and end up running to 456 still. So yeah. All right, everybody, we got some contracts there. We bought them late, so we're going to see how this pans out. Because, again, when you buy a contract late, the first thing you must understand is that you need to sell early. So depending on where this market runs here, it's a very close contract, right? 648. So it's not too much of a worry. I think we could just let this pan out for like the next hour, and then just sell it at like 1:30, if not 2 o'clock, and try to see if we could play some puts from the 200 again. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Sorry, I keep yawning. I swear I'm getting enough sleep. I don't know what it is. Every time I've been waking up the last couple of days, it's just, you know what it is? It's probably because of the medication. That makes sense now. I think that's what it is. For some reason, it's just making me more tired, I think. For some odd reason. They tell me to eat with the medication, but I'm just like, nah, yeah, I'm not even trying to eat right now. So let's see, for these contracts, we want to see if we could sell them for around... I'm thinking we could sell these for around 180 for the 648s. Like 100 to 180 minimum. If it does something extreme and crazy and you start running up to, like a crazy new high, listen, I'm not too sure if it's going to do that. It's going to want to do that today. Right now, you're simply copying last week's Friday's trend. Let me show you guys real quick. This is last week Friday. You fell out the sky, consolidated the whole day, started gapping down lower after you already made the new high up here. So if that's going to be the case, I mean, obviously we could just play with the same trend. We'll just play the same way right back up again from Tuesday and Monday. I think Monday's probably going to be the low. But yeah, we'll just play the way right back up. We'll make back any single losses that we need to make back. And by the time we reach a new high, we'll have everything positioned for the new put plays. Because again, if the market just wants to keep continuously falling from this level, we already played puts at this level too many times. We played puts right here at 641, 646, 649. We played up here at 652. It's enough. You can't keep playing the same level. Because eventually what's going to happen is the market's going to start running up to a crazy new location, because people are going to think that it's going to stay, still stuck at that level. And now everything's going to get, cut in half or cut 75%. So we might as well just wait for that jump to occur. If not, play the jump, play the run up, and then play the puts going right back down, which is what we're doing right now with the 0 days. That's the whole entire idea behind the 0 days, is because we're playing the short-term run up and that potential with a certain amount of money, so that we don't have to actually put more money down, just in case the next couple of days don't develop how we think it's going to develop. It's kind of like a safety mechanism, you see? So yeah, let's take this very slow. Let's be very patient here. If you guys would like to buy into these contracts at a cheaper price, it is now at $20 and $19. I suggest waiting for this to fall down to potentially $10, if not $8, and then let that be your first buy. Again, if you have not bought a 648 call, let it fall down to like $8, $10, and then try to see if you can scoop it up at that low price, because it might just be consolidating. So you might just fall right back down to here, which is 643, and then potentially we could buy some more contracts, average down, sell them when it runs right back up again. So we bought ours right here for the continuation of this trend. But in terms of what's possible, you can, of course, still fall to the low again one more time, even a couple times, because that's what you did last Friday, right? Where is it? Right here. You did a couple times where you went lower. So yeah, just take it real slow. Don't rush it. One contract at a time, ladies and gentlemen. Unless it's really cheap, then you can get like 2 or 3. But again, very cheap. Very cheap. Don't rush it. Don't push it. Don't force it. Very cheap. And since we have 3 of these contracts, we could sell. So if we sell them for, let's just say 100 each, that would be $240 profit. So I'll be taking $60 to 240, which is how much percent? It's about like 400%. 4 to 500%, somewhere around there. So that's what we're looking for right now. 4 to 500%, everybody. In terms of the downside, again, let's go to the reversal points, and then you could just play below number 7. So if you fall below number 7, you could play the puts to number 8. And if you fall below number 8, you could play the puts to number 9. So I'll leave it on this screen pretty much for now, while we stay on the sidelines and just wait for this. We're going to buy more red wire soon as well, as we only have one call for $34. I want to buy at least 10 more calls here. And again, this is just for red wire. And then in terms of the stock price, I do want to buy more shares here. So since we're not going to buy today, Monday we're going to buy another 10. And then Friday next week we're going to buy another 10. When did we buy the first set? Let me see. We're supposed to buy 10 every single week. At least once a week we buy 10 shares of red wire. And the reason why is because of just the space industry. So we bought this on August 25th. That was the first time we bought it, which was basically last week. So yeah, we got to get some on Monday since we're not going to buy today. And then on Friday we'll get some more. So next week we're going to buy 20 of them at around $8, which is going to cost around $160. So yeah, we just got to make back 160. We'll try to see if we can make like 400 or 500. And then we'll just scoop up those shares. Maybe scoop up another contract or two at 20 because it's a little bit cheaper from 30 now. And then go from there. The contracts, they expire really far away from now, just so you all know. This expires in 2026. So it's for a $19 strike price for red wire, which is currently at $8. And then tomorrow, if we fall below 639 for whatever reason, we're just going to continue to play the downside, going even lower to about right. I drew it on one chart. Let's actually figure out where I drew it. I drew exactly what this market was going to do, and I copied December. Let's see. It's not here. It's on these other charts. We're going to hunt it down real quick. Not here. Not here. Not here. No. Here? Nope. Here? Nope. Nope. That's not working. That looks like it's frozen. Let's go over here. Is it here? So it's pretty much similar to what I told everybody you would do if the market's going to fall out the sky here. We still want it to go to that high though. So it's kind of like doing what you would do when you were going to fall out the sky. It's giving you the indication that it's going to, completely tank out the sky here. That's what the market is telling me. But in terms of how it went about doing it, it's kind of like it's skipping all of this up here. And it didn't really even offset it down here. Equal reaction would have been, you falling out the sky to like 613, 616. So it could maybe want to still do what I think it's going to do up here, but just do it down here instead. Like fall down $30, because that's how much I think you're going to run up. But at the same time, it's just like, yeah, I think this is a false sign. I think you're still going to run up higher. In terms of the, general, just trend here. Now, if they cut rates, you're going to fall out the sky, 100%. So cutting of rates will speed up the market and make it jump pretty much kind of like almost ahead of time. I like these lines. They're so organized. They're like almost perfect besides this yellow one here. Let's delete that. Actually, no, let's keep those. Let me just fix it. There you go, just leave it like that. But yeah, this is not the chart either. I have no idea where I put the chart. I'll be real with you guys. I know I drew it though. I drew it somewhere. Was it here? It was here, yes. Yes, yep. So this is what I told everybody. The market could literally fall to right here. So this is what we're going to buy. Wow, look at that. And that, yeah, this is where we bought. I didn't even look at this chart when we bought the calls the other day. But as you can all see, backup level in case we continue to run up to 636. So when you buy the call here, you would play it up until you get to the put level, where you would then start to play the puts. And look at how funny this is right here. Backup put level in case we gap up. Backup put level in case we gap up. All the levels that I have these targets in terms of buying your puts is where the market's going to gap up. Just like last night where you gapped up. You're supposed to actually hit this level here. But you see how you got cut short? So it's kind of like the market knew that we probably knew, which sounds crazy, but again, follow me for a second here. So imagine the market knew what we knew, right? And it was trying to double cross us. It was trying to psych us out. If we know it's still possible in terms of a normal trend, then obviously within the next day or two, we're going to see ourselves at the high 560s. Once you get to the high 560s, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to start looking for puts for December and for a year out on the put, on the SPY. So if we just run up the next 2 days before FOMC and you go to the high, everybody here is going to start to look for puts a couple months and a couple years out. So until then, let's try to make as much capital as possible. In terms of buying any calls overnight, we're going to wait for 3 o'clock. Of course, you already know. You know the rules. Then at 3 o'clock, we'll see if we're going to buy anything overnight for the calls. And then we'll see if we could play the run right back up. Because I still see this running up to, like I said before, 656 and then 664. But yeah, that's not the main one. There was another chart somewhere around here. I just can't find it right now. I'm not too sure where it even went. It has to be somewhere around here. Maybe this one? No. Wait, let me zoom out for a second. Actually, yes. Wait. No, never mind, no. Basically, what I'm trying to say right now is I think the market's going to end up doing something it did in December, which means it's probably going to fall to like right here. 629. Like that's exactly where I see the market falling to. If it's just going to continue to fall down just like last week. Because think about it. Last week, Friday, you fell down. And then Monday, going into Tuesday, you collapsed another $10 out the sky. So if you do something similar, you're going to fall straight down to 630, 634. Which can happen. That's why we're being very careful here. Short-term SPY calls are break even. We're waiting for it to go up a little bit higher here. I forgot how much you were up a couple seconds ago. Yeah, these contracts could be able to run to at least 200 each. So we could be able to turn this into 1,000% again. If you just run up to 640, or if you just run up to, let me think, 650. If you hit 650 on the dot, these contracts are going to be at least $200 for 648. So if you go at least $2 in the money with the 0 day. Actually, no. No. Let me think. 250. That means we would have to run up to No, yeah. If we run up to 650 right now, $4 more by the end of the day, meaning it has to do something different from last week's trend from Friday. It could still follow Friday from last week, so just be very, attentive to that. Try to measure it, drag it out, see if it follows the same thing, and yeah, let's just see. We have a few cheap options for upside. It's going to make everything free, as well as any losses from yesterday, any losses from Tesla, which we still have to find out what Tesla's doing here. So let's give Tesla a second. Let's actually go look at it. Tesla. Let's see. Let's go look at Tesla real quick. Dr. Tesla, what's going on? Let's see what we could do here. I'm looking at a put for 347 for $40. If we can go up, because right now we're at 351. You hit 356 again, just like we told you guys before. It's a very important level. So you already hit that level. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we'll play two sets of options here. Alrighty. Unity, we're still gonna wait for that. Nvidia, you went to a new low here. 164 after falling from 184. $20 straight down. Euro, you're still holding. SPY, you're still holding. Let's look at Nvidia options real quick. Let me see something. Real quick. Nvidia options chain calls 3 weeks out. Let's buy a 185 call for 2 weeks out for Nvidia. A 185 call, everybody. It costs $34. I think this thing can go to $600 each. So again, we're gonna get a 185 call for Nvidia. 2 weeks out. Right here, right now. That's how we're gonna play the trends. And then at 3 o'clock, we'll see if we're gonna buy anything for SPY. All right. Let's go stare at the spy now. Remember, we're posting everything to the Discord, so pay attention to the silo trades category in the Discord. You'll find everything you got to find there. How's everybody's day going? How are we doing, everybody? Having a good day? Alrighty, we got everything planned. Everything's positioned. Anything else we have to do for spy now? I believe we could just take a little second. Take a little break here. Everything's positioned. We got a new Tesla contract, which is perfect. The idea for the Tesla contract is still to hit that quarter point. I still want to see if we're gonna hit this purple line today, and if we don't, we'll just see exactly how it does end off, and see what we could do different for next week, just like how we did over here. And then when you hit the top, the new plan was to hit 336. You didn't just hit 336; you went straight down to 325. So we want to basically just add up all these different things that it does, in terms of what we think it's gonna do. Then we see what it does do. That way we can start to integrate, the actual flow into our ideas. And then eventually what happens is your ideas become the flow. Just like with SPY, right? All right, so the plan with the NVIDIA trade, we're going to make back the $35 we lost. That's pretty much the only plan we have right now for NVIDIA. And the main root reason as to why we're doing this now is because, again, we know September could crash the market. We know September could take you to a low. As we know that September could take you to a high. But it's still the first week of September. Nothing really major has happened yet. So you could still flip-flop and end up on the other side of the pendulum before you even know it. And that's kind of what we're looking for here. Just like NVIDIA was just at 185 a couple days ago. Let's just see if it's going to swing right back up more viciously and end up at the 190s now. Because then we can have a situation where our contract at 185 is already in the money. And that's what I think is going to happen here. I think you're going to end up somewhere around here on NVIDIA within the next couple days. And this is only due to SPY running up. If the SPY wants to wait for FOMC, of course, we're just going to have to reposition after FOMC. But I think these contracts expire after FOMC. Let me see, what date they expire? Yes, that's way after. So we'll still have plenty of time. Even if we need to hold through FOMC. This could be just something we have on the board. Last time we did Meta, and it went horribly. In fact, let me just check Meta right now. We told everybody when you were down here at 720, the Meta was going to run to 760. And now you're doing it, of course, right? After the fact. But yeah, we had calls down. I think we bought them over here, 730 or 720. I forgot where we bought them. I think it was over here because it was like last week or 2 weeks ago. So you ended up running up, but it was not as much as we wanted you to run up. I think I also wanted you to run up to like here, like the 780s. So yeah, you did like a quarter of the way. Which, again, we had the right direction. It just didn't go up as much as we wanted it to. For the expiration time that we had. So it's just something else that we could fix for the next time we trade, Meta. Tesla, we're still going to wait for it here. Still got another 2 hours that we could work with. NVIDIA, we bought the trade. SPY, we're also waiting for that as well. For the futures, you went to the top of the range from down here with those lines we drew yesterday. And now you're hitting that diagonal range from the... I forgot what high was this. This is August 28th, yeah. So from August 28th's high, you're just stuck inside that range. Which dates to the 15th as well. So if you hold here, it's properly staircasing still. I could still see this run up higher. It's just, this might be like a final last push, is what this looks like. So if we hit 6,000 on the SP, on basically ES, on the futures, around that point you're going to be around 660. And I think you're going to end up falling from this level automatically. I think it's going to be just a giant crash. That's what this looks like down here. Like you're falling way too often, you know? And way too largely, for that matter. Without even going up to the higher point. You're starting to basically break down all your bottom support. Okay, so we got the NVIDIA. We got the Tesla. We're going to make back that capital with NVIDIA. As we're trying to do with Tesla as well. What else can we do here? That's pretty much all. And then we're going to add up everything. See what entries we got into this week. Compare them with last week. And then go forward from there. So we still have a lot of stuff we got to do here today. Just letting you guys all know. I still want to break down all of our trades from the past couple days, the past 5 days. And then we're going to compare it with last week. So that we can see how our performance increased or if it decreased or if we learned more valuable lessons or if, yada, yada, yada. Doesn't really matter. We'll figure it out. We'll sort it out. There's definitely going to be something we had to learn. Something we're going to gain from there. So that's the importance of doing it. In terms of looking at, all your entries. Not just a single one, not just two, not just three, but look at everything. Alright, Microsoft, you're crashing out the sky here. you're already in the 400s again. The next area is going to want to fall to is going to be right down here, which is going to be the 460s. That's crazy. So just like we thought, everybody, that quantum computing information, that quantum computing news is just going to kill the stock here. You're probably just going to fall right back down because think about it. Are these quantum computers out? No. Are they going to be out in the next 3 years? There's no plan for that. So no. Which means you can't price it into the market, which means this should be all the way down here still. It shouldn't have ran up here. It was just really aggressive because of, you know, the news. That was all. It just accelerated the whole entire trend by like 2 or 3 years. But again, it's going to come right back down. We're then going to buy it down here. We're then going to hold it for a couple years here until they actually come out with these computers, the new quantum computers, right? And then from there, we'll start to sell it off as the news starts to basically come out here. So again, this is going to be another location we could buy calls at, like the 460s, the 480s. Actually, the 460s is going to be down here. The 480s is going to be another level we could buy at. So within like $14, you could say, this thing might hold here and then run right back to the midpoint before it wants to fall down going lower. If not, you're just going to fall down going lower now. But that might be just too sharp. Well, who knows? As quickly as you come up, as quickly as you can fall. So yeah, we'll have to take it really slow. With Microsoft, of course. Nvidia, we're waiting. Euro, we're not going to get into any trades yet. We made some really good capital for Euro. Like, this has been phenomenal. So if it could just keep acting like this run up right here was $6,000. That's how much capital was gained just right here. So if we could play another drop, that's another 6,000. Maybe even it's going to start increasing even more, probably. It's probably going to be like 7,000. Like 8,000 now, since we have extra profit. And then you play the run going right back up. And now you're, you know, making 10,000 per down and up. And all of a sudden, this account's already at 60K, 70K. And again, we just started with 10,000 right here. Where was it? August 21st. Right here. So far, the largest downside we've had on that account was right here, yeah. Stop with that. So you see how I bought something at the green arrow right there? So I bought something right here, and the market ended up going lower than it. So right here I had made 3,000, so the account was at 13. From here to here, my account dropped right back down to I think 8,000 or 9,000. So I was down I think like 5,000, 4 to 5,000 because of this drop here. So then when you ran up, we sold for a profit of 3K. We then waited. Did we get into anything here? I don't think we did. I think we got into put up here, but I don't even remember. All I remember was over here, honestly. That was 10 to 13, and we lost 5, and we made it back. So this became 16. Yeah, so no, yeah, we don't have no trades here. The only trades we have here was when we turned the 16 into 24, which was today. Well, it was 16 to 23, and then it was 1,000 going back down. And then we sold out like right there. We're not looking for something crazy again, because before we know it, this $30,000, $25,000 account is going to be at 10,000 again. If you keep trying to, you know, just step into the market. Sometimes you just got to take a step back. Just don't forcibly trade, honestly. That's the one thing you're going to start to realize day by day. You cannot forcibly trade. In terms of what we're going to buy puts next, we might have to copy all these lines on top of itself again. Yeah, I might have to just do a little bit of this. Trying to make sure everything's selected. But I don't want to select the wrong stuff here. There you go. That didn't create that much of a mess. I don't know why I didn't group it before. I just made it all look nasty now. We're gonna have to fix this up now. So let's just delete all these levels here. We don't need this. This is all older. This two, delete that. Delete that, delete that. Alright, perfect. So if you look at where the market's at on Euro, you're just at the 1/4 point and you're stuck here. And you're cycling between the 1/4 point and the reset point. Same thing like how SPY is below the reset point right now. You're literally the same thing, but it's like above it's like basically they're both doing the same thing, but one is more bullish than the other. But they're both by the same range. It's just one is more negative, which is the SPY. The Euro is clearly more bullish right now. And in terms of where you're going to run up to, I think it's going to be the halfway point right here, which is going to be just slightly higher than where you're at right now. So you could hold here and run up to here. You know what we could do? Let's go long on our small accounts. That's what we're going to do right now. We're going to go long on our small accounts, everybody, on the Euro. We're not going to go long on the big account yet. Oh, Wanda. Let's load it up. Alright, everybody. Let's move on to the next thing. We're going to go to the futures here, and I'm going to look at gold, because gold's been making a new yearly high, and I want to see how my charts have been reacting to it. I haven't looked at it in a couple days here. I've been just letting gold do its thing. I don't like getting in the way of trades when it's, you know, doing exactly just this. Like I told everybody, look at the level. Look at the level. We're coming up on it really shortly. You have a major put level coming up here on gold. Just like we timed gold falling out the sky here, right here. Sorry. $3,400, we timed gold falling out the sky. And then over here, we timed gold falling out the sky around 3,190. As well as these little jumps right here. But these weren't as important as this is when we were just testing it. We just thought that it could fall from the white line, but we didn't really play the puts here. It wasn't until this line that we started playing the puts and this line up here. So of course you're right next to the next target. What is the media doing? They're pushing it, they're pushing it, they're pushing it. Everybody's talking about gold, which is perfect. What's going to happen is it's now going to start falling out the sky randomly at a certain point, and it's definitely going to be this halfway point. So 3,699 is where you all must go short on gold. Let's see how much capital we can make this time. This will be insane. This could literally turn into... I gotta see the multiplication, but let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me actually do the math real quick. Yeah, so 2,000 gain per contract. Yeah, so it depends where we actually invest. It depends where we actually buy these gold futures. But if you put in $500, you could turn that into $2,000 here with just that little drop right there. Which is not a little drop. It's kind of a big drop. But if you buy one gold futures, which I believe you need around 3,600 to buy one of them, like literally the actual price. I don't think you need extra margin. But let me see. Trading full size. No, yeah, you're actually going to need extra margin. You're going to need around 7 to 9,000. They're probably going to need you to have 4 times the amount, just like ES. That would make the most sense. Because some brokers, they do it different for futures. Some give you a little bit more margin, and you can kind of play with that. In terms of where I was talking about on the gold futures WOD, I was saying 3,699 is where the futures is going to fall again. It could go past it a little bit, just like last time. You went a little bit above it, and then you came right back down to the next white line. So basically what I'm saying is you're going to hit this white line up here, and then you're going to fall right back down to here. Sorry about that. I had a quick little call. Okay, so you're going to hit this area around here. We're going to get some downside, and you're going to fall to here. The safest bet, of course, is always to play to the midpoint, which is right around here. So, yeah, we'll just play this very carefully. I love how you fell from that one. Did you fall from this one as well when you first hit it? You did. And you fell over there when you hit it. Orange means puts. Green means, of course, calls, right? So it's like short-term calls, short-term puts, and whatnot. So, of course, green is right here, which can send you right back up to the white. And then once you go to the white, you're going to fall next down, basically right back down to this white. Now, if the market wants to run up higher, yeah, you already started speeding up your trends. So if we use these lines here for gold, gold is one of my favorite charts because of how clean it looks. We did a really good job with this. So yeah, as you all could tell, you're now right back in that parallel channel, and you're holding on the bottom of it, which means, yeah, that's going to be right by the midpoint. So I can see you going up to the top and then falling from here, like somewhere around here, right above this white line. So let's draw it. We're going to enter into a futures position. Once we get an opportunity for it to see it, like right up here at the top, and then we'll get into a downside short. We'll play the drop out the sky again. We've done it before, so now there's no need to be worried about it. Before, I was honestly really worried about it when we were getting into these puts. But as it happened here once, and then when it happened the second time, I was just like, nah, yeah, this should work out pretty nicely here. So let's just keep testing it. Until it fails, let's keep testing it. SPY, you're falling out the sky. You're right below number 7 now. You're about to hit number 8 again. The NVIDIA position drops to $32 in case anybody wants to buy it. So again, in case anybody wants to buy the NVIDIA position, it's at $32. It dropped $3 so far. What time is it? 1:44? All right, so let's take a little break here. We already have the calls still. We still are holding the calls. They dropped down from $20 to $9 right now each. So they're around $9 to $10 each for SPY. We're still in range. So again, we're just going to wait patiently here. The market's going to be a little bit more aggressive, and momentum is going to start to shift. That's perfect. Honestly, it's absolutely perfect for us. We just got to wait patiently. Tesla's starting to fall down here. Let's see, what was the highest our Tesla contract went up to? So we were up 50% a couple seconds ago on Tesla. Again, everybody, we were up 50%, which pretty much makes back almost everything we spent for the first Tesla option. I want to see if this contract could be sold for around $200, $250. So 200 is the first goal right now for the Tesla puts. It's just going to require you falling right back down to that purple line right there. Because once you fall to that purple line, we're going to be in the money about $3. And being in the money about $3 is going to be equivalent to one strike price, which means if we go in the money one time, it's either going to be worth $200 to $400, just depending on how fast it does it and when it does it. So again, our contracts, they went up 50% already. We're still up as we speak right now. We're just waiting. Let's see if this is going to be a much bigger gain. And then we'll pay for the SPY contracts as well, pretty much. And then from there, everything is free, which is perfect. And then we still have another put for Tesla as well for $5 if it wants to fall down to 340. That will also come back into profit, so we won't actually take a loss on Tesla as long as you still hit 342. If not, a little bit lower. If you can go a little bit lower, this is going to be crazy. Like for example, that contract right there will go to $400 the second you actually drop to. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm ready. I think Tesla could do it. Tesla, you better do it. Give me 1 second, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on over here? All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on here.